Good afternoon, everybody. It's Tuesday, June 7, 2022. My name is Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I welcome you all to the regular city council meeting of the city of Pinole. And I will move on to item number 1, which is the call to order and pledge of allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troop. Can you please stand up and join me? Thank you for observing a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I will then move on to item number 2, which is our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this land, this place, Ohlone land, the place that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for this worship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Madam City Clerk, good evening. Item number 3, roll call, City Clerk reports and statement of conflict, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Salimi.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Tave. I will note for the record has not yet joined the meeting. Councilmember Toms. Here. Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Here. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, June 2nd at 3 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments that were received in advance of the meeting were distributed and posted to the website. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? So I just want to make one additional announcement. Today is Election Day. For anyone who hasn't yet dropped off their vote by mail ballot, there is a drop box outside of City Hall, just off of Pear Street as you approach the entrance to City Hall on the left side, and it will be open until 8 p.m. this evening. You can also drop off your ballot at any official polling place. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question to the city attorney relating to item 10B, which is the public hearing. Councilmember Tave is not here, do we need to have a majority during that hearing from the council members, or we do not have majority?
You need to have a quorum, but it just takes three
Okay.
members need to be present for the hearing.
No votes will be required during that
No vote.
hearing. Okay, so okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. That was item number 3. Then I will move on to item number 4, which is convening to a closed session. And tonight we'll be discussing we'll have a conference with labor negotiators, and the employee organization will be the PPEA, and we'll be discussing with the city council, and the agency designated representative will be our city manager, Mary, our assistant city attorney, Mug, with our city attorney Casher, and the human resource director Shell, and Greg Ramirez from IEDA. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on that item, please?
Public comments, thank you.
No public comments on item number 4. If it's the case, it's 5:05. I will then invite everybody to go to the closed session, and we will resume at 5:45. Thank you, and see you shortly.
It depends on.
We're gonna start at 5:45. 1 minute and 5 seconds. You ready? Welcome back to the Pinole City Council of June 7th, 2022. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole. And we are recovering from item number 4, which is closed session. And now it's item number 5, recovering from in open session to announce the result of the closed session. No reportable action to be reported tonight. I will then move on to item number 6, which is citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any citizens that wish to talk tonight, please?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public, both here and elsewhere. It's good to be back at city council meetings in person again. First up, I'd like to say today is election day. If you've received your ballot and you haven't voted yet, you can still do so by dropping it off at any of the ballot boxes throughout the county, including one right outside City Hall, or by going to the ballot drop-off locations within the city, one of which is the senior center. Seeing as, according to records, I don't think we've even had 20% of the voter eligible population voting before election day proper, I'd strongly urge the many of us who have not voted yet to go vote. Secondly, with regards to COVID-19, we continue to see significant increases in case rate. I'm going to go ahead and try and grab Pinole's rate here. Let's see. It looks like we've had 140 cases in the past 2 weeks, which gives us a case rate of 722.8 per 100,000, which is still quite substantial. I'd strongly encourage everyone to continue to take precautions, including wearing masks, especially indoors and in crowded places like grocery stores, movie theaters, and the like. I believe that's all my comments for citizens to be heard. Thank you.
There are no virtual comments.
Thank you. That concludes item number 6. I will then move on to item number 7, which is the reports and communications. First of all, I would like to start with the mayor's report. And tonight I've got very bad news to announce you. I was sad to be informed that the mother of former Pinole Mayor Tim Banolos passed away. His mother passed away on Saturday, June 4th in the morning. Her name was Mary Helen Banolos. She was 95 years old. She left behind 5 out of 11 surviving siblings. She left behind 4 out of 5 surviving children, including our mayor, Banolos, Tim Banolos. She left behind 5 grandchildren and many other great-grandchildren. She was the grandmother of all of us. She was married to her husband, Lazaro, for over 64 years until his passing in 2009. She will be missed by all of us. And I would like to invite the entire city and the city council to please stand up and observe a moment of silence in memory of Mary Ellen Banolos, please. Thank you. That concludes my reports for tonight, and we'll then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7B, mayoral and council appointments. We don't have any tonight. Item 7C, city council committee report and communication. I will please ask you to keep it short since we have a long agenda tonight. Council member.
Yes, wanted to let folks know that the annual ABAG General Assembly will be coming up in 2 weeks. It'll be held virtually on June 17th. That meeting occurs once a year, and there's a number of planning issues that are Bay Area wide of interest. The other item is our WestCat board will be meeting this Thursday. And I will also note that the current general manager of WestCat, Charlie Anderson, announced his retirement. And since he's been general manager since 1993, and with WestCat over 29 years, he will be leaving, and the WestCat board has been working on appointing a replacement.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say happy Election Day, everyone. Please, if you haven't, you have a couple hours to submit your ballots and participate in our democracy. So thanks again. Wanted to highlight something I mentioned before, which is that MCE Clean Energy has spotlighted the city of Pinole for our sustainability efforts. Thank you to our city staff for posting that on our city website. If anyone is interested, it's under current topics on the homepage of the city website. We've been spotlighted around our progress on building out our climate action plan, as well as several programs and projects we have on our capital improvement plan. So if you're interested in seeing the great work that we're doing and the highlight that we have, please check the City of Pinole website and see the wonderful spotlight we have. And last but not least, I just want to say, I know that it is summertime. That means that students are out of school. That means that more young people will probably be out in the daytime, but that also means that some families may, who have traditionally had access to school lunch or food during school, may be insecure. I think now is the time to say we do have a food distribution food bank drive that's every second Monday of the month. That includes this upcoming Monday, June 13th at 9 a.m. and that's at the Senior Center. We invite families, parents, and community members to come to that and pick up some food to make sure that you all have those resources. So please come, and thank you again for our city staff for highlighting and making that happen every month.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. So a little bit more about WestCat. WestCat has a program that is to offer summer youth fun passes, and they are available from June 1st through August 31st. You can ride all summer for unlimited bus rides. I heard an echo. Okay. Well, echoing that the summer youth fun passes are available. So for more information, westcat.org. And the West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee met on May 27th. It presented its draft work, the staff presented their draft work program, budget and dues. What it means to Pinole is staff has probably reviewed that draft because it's been in circulation among participating agencies. And Pinole, along with some of the neighboring cities, will have now a slightly increased fee for being part of that. And so we will see that probably in our budget. And that's about $51,899, which is what other neighboring cities are paying as well for participation in that. The Summer Bike Challenge is back again for West County. I believe City of Pinole has been promoting that in its manager's report, as well as other means. This annual program encourages residents and families to bicycle to various community landmarks within their cities for fun and prizes. There are weekly gift card raffles for participants who send pictures of the week's theme. At the end of the summer, there will be a drawing of all participants for a free iPad, with one winner in each city in Contra Costa County. In addition, 511 Contra Costa will be hosting 3 in-person tabling events in each city where small gift cards will be given out. Summer Bike Challenge is a fun and free summer activities for all levels of cyclists. So thank you, Pinole staff, for accommodating that as well. To sign up and find other cities' destinations, you can do so at 511cc.org/SBC, S for summer, B for bike, C for challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. Just to make sure Councilmember Tave is not with us, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Thank you. That concludes item number 7D, C correction, and then we'll move on to item number 7D, which is council request for.
Nothing to report.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for the clarification. We
I'm
told you
sorry.
Right not here, Councilmember Tave.
I thought you said that he was with us. Yes, he is.
So Councilmember Tave is with us. Sorry, Councilmember Tave. Would you like to add something, Councilmember?
No, nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. That I will move on to item number 7D. Council request for future agenda items. Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
No future agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
None tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
And no
Thank
items.
you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
None tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. That will close item number 7D. We'll open item number 7E. City Manager report and department staff report. Good morning.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, sir.
Just wanted to provide a preview of what we expect to be on our next city council meeting agenda. That'll be on June 21st. We'll have a presentation by staff of the city of Hayward regarding the recycled water pilot program they've implemented, which is an item that was requested by the city council. We have a couple remaining budget items. There needs to be an annual review by the city council of the utility users tax. So that'll be on the agenda. There'll be the first reading of a municipal code change related to encroachment permits to address some issues with work that is being conducted by utilities in the public right of way. We'll have the hearing of the master fee schedule. As you know, we've been working with a consultant to review all of the fees that the city charges and make sure those are up to date. So that'll be on the agenda. There'll be the first public hearing for the landscape and lighting assessment district. There'll be the presentation of the updated emergency operations plan that we've been working on. And finally, there'll be a presentation by a consultant with expertise in municipal banks that will provide a summary and update on that topic. So that's what we have to look forward to for our next city council meeting. In addition, just want to briefly mention that we have a number of excellent community events and exciting community events coming up over the course of the next month. There'll be Community Service Day on Saturday, June 18th. There'll be the annual Pinole car show the following weekend. And then the weekend after that, there'll be the 4th of July celebration. We'll have fireworks in collaboration with the City of Hercules, as well as a community-based organization informational meet and greet at Fernandez Park from 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. that evening. So a lot of great community events coming up, and we encourage you to get more information at the city's Facebook page or on the city website. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Mary, can you please state the hours of the service day on June 18th? It's 10 a.m. Is that correct?
Registration starts at the youth center at 8 a.m. and work projects are scheduled to take place normally between 9 a.m. and noon.
Thank you. And regarding the firework in Pinole, where can people be looking at the fireworks?
People can view them from all sorts of dispersed locations in Pinole and Hercules. They're going to be launched from the waterfront in Hercules. They'll be viewable from Fernandez Park, Bayfront Park, and many different points along the Bay Trail.
Thank you, sir. We'll then move on to item number 7F, which is City Attorney Report. Good evening, Mr. Mugg.
Eric actually has a quick update.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Kasher.
Good evening, Mayor Salimi. Good evening, council and members of the public. Really briefly, just wanted to provide a brief update on the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. We did have our meeting on May 23rd and received direction from the City Council Subcommittee on bringing forward an ordinance to codify the city's code of ethics as part of the municipal code. And in addition, there were some updates and changes to the code enforcement provisions in the municipal code, our ability to impose liens for and some cleanup items. So those will be brought to the next subcommittee meeting on June 23rd, which is a Monday. And once that's approved out of the subcommittee, we will bring that forward to the city council in the form of a first reading of those two ordinances. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kasher. That concludes item number 7. And I will ask the city clerk if we do have any comments on item number 7, please.
Yes, we do have a couple of virtual comments. We'll start with Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, go ahead. We'll come back to Mr. Hindler. Yvette Rico.
I was not commenting on this item. I was commenting in the beginning, excuse me, under public comments, but I wasn't able to get on. I can wait until.
Yes, I will open it in a few seconds back to the public if you wish. If you could
Okay,
wait a
thank
few seconds. Thank you, Ms. Rico. Thank you.
Cordell Handler, Mayor, did you want me to go back to Yvette Rico?
I will close item number 7 and we'll open item number 6 again. I'll come back to 7 in a few seconds. Open number 7, 6, citizen to be heard. Madam Rico, please go ahead.
Ms. Rico, you need to unmute yourself.
Unmuted, I
Okay,
believe.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm hoping that some of the members of the public were able to attend the inauguration for Mayor Salimi on Saturday, held at the Bernardo Fernandez Mansion. It was quite a lovely event. Also wanted to mention that Pinole for Fair Government is holding 2 community conversations in June. The first one will be this Saturday at the Christ the Lord Episcopal Church, which is located at 592 Tennant Avenue. And our guest speaker will be Fire Chief Chris Wincop. That presentation will begin at 1 and end at 2, and we encourage people to come out and ask the chief the questions that they may have with regard to fire safety, fire season, and Station 74. Again, that's at on Saturday, the 11th. On Saturday, the 18th, we have the pleasure of having Contra Costa Supervisor John Joya join us from 1 to 2 at the same location, 592 Tennant Avenue, which is Christ the Lord Episcopal Church. And then finally, I have a question for the council. I've heard about something called Pinole Perks cards. And I believe it's something that's going to be implemented to help our small business community. And I'm wondering if there's any kind of information available currently with regard to that program. Thank you.
Thank you. What was the name of the program? Can you restate it, please?
Pinole Perks cards.
The manager, have you heard any information about the specific program, please?
Yes, I have, and it's good timing. So the city council appropriated a portion of the American Rescue Plan Act funds that the city received for a community gift card program. That program requires a couple different components to set up, including enlisting some small businesses in the community to sign up to receive the community gift cards. And we're intending to launch that program next week. We've branded that Shop Local Community Gift Card Program Pinole Perks. That's the name of the program. So we'll launch that program next week, which means that residents will be able to purchase community gift cards online. Needs-based qualified low-income households will be able to purchase them and get an additional subsidy of the value of the card. And those cards will be accepted by now 20, hopefully more later, small businesses in Pinole. So later this week or early next, there'll be lots of information going out through all of our communication channels regarding that program, Pinole Perks.
Thank you, City Manager Maria. I heard cars, not cards, so that's why I was confused, but that's correct. That's something we advocated last year, the special city council meeting. Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. Any other public as part of citizen to be heard? And then we're gonna go back to item number 6 again, 7.
We do have Cordell Handler.
Or which item, 7 or 6, ma'am?
I believe it's
Uh,
7.
It was 7, okay, so I'll close item number 6 and open item number 7. Comment on 7, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council, Cordell Handler Richmond. So for the future agendas, let me repeat this again. For the July 19th agenda is for the council to invite Sabrina Landreth to provide an update on how how park service has been impacted by COVID, because if you recall when the Friends of the Pinole Water Feed Shed folks came last time, I was like, this is appropriate. So I'm asking the council to have Ms. Landry to provide an update on how COVID has impacted park services. That's one. And then number two, is to invite Ms. Lavana to provide an update on homelessness, because again, a serious issue regarding our homeless population. So I'm asking that the council would consider having these two individuals to come for the 19th. So I'll just save my items for the other. I'll save my comments for the other item. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes, please go ahead, Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, as far as Mr. Hindler's requests, I attend public meetings that are the monthly mayor's conference, and both of these speakers have already given presentations at public meetings. And the reason they do it at the mayor's conference is to get a wider, audience for these presentations. I just want to make that note.
That is correct. And those presentations were made within the last 4 months. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. I will then move on to item number 8, which is recognition, presentations, and community announcement. 8A, proclamations. And we'll start with the first one, which is the LGBTQIA Pride Month. And I will please invite the entire City Council to join me in reading that proclamation, please. Thank you. LGBTQIA Pride Month, June 2022. Whereas the uprising at the Stonewall Inn in June 1969 sparked a liberation movement, a call to action that continues to inspire us to live up to our nation's promise of equity, liberty, and justice for all. And
whereas Pride is a time to recall the trials lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual LGBTQIA community has endured, and to rejoice in the triumphs of trailblazing individuals who have bravely fought and continue to fight for full equality. And
whereas the city of Pinole feels it is important to communicate its support for inclusivity and respect in our city, and desires to recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQIA Pride Month, and whereas the rainbow flag, also known as LGBTQIA Pride Flag or Gay Pride Flag, has been used since the 1970s and is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQIA people in society. And whereas despite extraordinary progress, LGBTQIA Americans still face discrimination simply for being who they are. And
whereas it is important during this month to take the time to reflect on the LGBTQIA rights movement, and whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and LGBTQIA individuals have had immeasurable impact on the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And
whereas the city of Pinole is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQIA people in our diverse community. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the city of Pinole's LGBTQIA community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights.
now, therefore, I, Vincent Sadimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, proclaimed June 2022 as LGBTQIA Pride Month in the city of Pinole and call upon the residents of Pinole to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination, and ask them to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. I would like to invite our Mayor Pro Tem, David Murphy, who is the first elected openly gay in the City of Council, to receive this proclamation, since we don't have any other community member, and I would like you to join me in front of the podium. Thank you. And I would like to the council to come with me. I mean, you represent a lot of people. It's a lot of courage, and I know growing up as a kid, my house has been very difficult. And I know that in the city of San Francisco, we have worked a lot. A lot of the homeless situation related to the city is actually people who have been ignored by their family because of the sexual orientation. And growing up, it's extremely very difficult. And yeah, the community is part of what you have done, and you are showing the right way to other people. The person who advocated for the city of Pinole to make it happen 4 years ago. I know it might be very difficult, especially for a young generation that might go through some difficult time, and admitting who you are, it's sometimes very difficult, but I would like to let them know there's help and support, and please reach out to the city or reach out to any city council member. We'll be more than happy to help you. And we are very proud of what we have done to the community. Thank you. Anything else?
So just gonna say thank you so much. It was so moving, and yeah, to our young people, to our community, happy Pride. We know that 365 days sometimes is not as happy as today or this month, but you are wanted, you are loved, you are appreciated in Pinole. So thank you, and we will continue to advocate for you all.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to add something? Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next proclamation, please, which is Juneteenth, which is item 8A2. I will then move on to open that item as well. Let me know when you're ready. Is everybody ready here? Perfect. Juneteenth, June 19, 2022. Whereas Juneteenth officially Juneteenth National Independence Day, and also known as Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, and Black Independence Day, is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans and
Whereas the day was recognized as a federal holiday on June 17th, 2021, when President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into the law, making it the first federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was adopted in 1983. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, nearly 9 decades after our nation's founding and more than 2 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, enslaved Africans in Galveston, Texas, finally received word that they were free from bondage. And whereas Juneteenth education and celebrations declined in America in the early part of the 20th century, but the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s saw a resurgence of interest in community celebrations. And
whereas January 1st, 1980, Juneteenth became an official state holiday in Texas through the efforts of Al Edwards, an African-American state legislature, and became the first emancipation celebration granted official state recognition. And
whereas the California governor is required by state law to proclaim the third Saturday in June of each year to be known as Juneteenth National Freedom Day, to urge all Californians to reflect on how African Americans have enriched society through their commitment to promoting freedom and equality. And whereas 2022 marks 157 years of freedom celebrations, Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and emphasizes education and achievement. It is a day marked with celebrations and family gatherings, and is a time for assessment, self-improvement, and for planning for the future.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2022 as Juneteenth Day in the City of Pinole, and encourage all residents to celebrate, honor, and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States and our country and our city. Mayor Pro Tem, you are the first African elected vice mayor of the city. And I would like to emphasize the fact that if it wasn't for the African American movement from the 60s, the people like me would never have been elected mayor of the city of Pinole. That is thanks to their work. And I would like to invite our Assistant City Clerk, Stone, to join me into that proclamation. And I believe you are the first Assistant City Clerk who is African American in the history of the city. So congratulations also for your great work and accomplishment this year. Just want to also say that Councilmember Tay was the first African elected official in the city of Pinole as well. Thank you, Councilmember Tave. I will then ask if we have any public comments on those two items, please.
Yes, Mayor, we do have a couple of public comments. We'll start with Yvette Rico.
And I just feel so proud to watch this city council respectful acknowledgement of the city and its citizens and the diversity that we have. It's a very proud moment for anyone who's a minority who has come to the city of Pinole to live, which I did 52 years ago, and was welcomed and still feel very welcome. So it's really a beautiful thing that we're experiencing today. Thank you.
Wardell Hindler. Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. First, I do want to acknowledge Mayor Pro Tem Murphy on being the first LGBTQ mayor pro tem. I'm like, That is extraordinary. And I'm like, I mean, my Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, you keep doing what you do best. In the words of my good friend, Ms. Tina Turner, you're simply the best. That's one. And then for the Juneteenth proclamation, it is an honor that June is known as Juneteenth month. So I'm asking that the council will come to the city of Richmond's Juneteenth celebration on the 18th. There will be a parade, and there's going to be free food too. So come on down to the city of Richmond. That includes you, Councilmember Tave. That's it.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other public comments on those two items, and I will then close item number 8, and I will move on to item number 9, which is the consent calendar. We have a lot of items tonight, and before I turn it to the city council, I will just ask Madam City Clerk to have any specific item that the people would like to pull from or discuss about.
I have one in-person speaker, Rafael Menez, for 9L.
Okay, we have 9L, Mr. Menes, and I'm just curious, out of curiosity, what are the other items, please?
We have one virtual comment. I'm not sure.
We don't know which
we
item
don't
that
know
will
which
be.
item.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Menes, please go ahead.
Sure. So with regards to 9L, the long-term financial plan for fiscal year 22, 23 through 26, 27. My concern is that it looks as though the revenue and expenditure numbers on page 234 of the agenda packet, page 7 of the forecast as an item within itself, don't match with the values we have in the later agenda item for the budget on page number 325, the fiscal year 22-23 operating capital budget. And I'd understand if that was just a mismatch because of different values for 22-23 because of changes made after the status quo budget was adopted, but the values don't match for 18-19 or 19-20 or 2021 actuals, and I don't understand why there would be differences there. Looking at sources, because those appear to be point-to-point comparable to the stuff on page 325, we have total sources for 18-19 actual being 27,012,947, and then for 18-19 actual in the budget, 27,012,802. Then for 19-20 actual, you have 19,920,585 versus 20,038,840. For 2021 actual, you have 21,863,196 versus 22,046,398. And then on the expenditures side, you've got 38,056,441 for 18-19 actual in the forecast, 38,433,603 in the budget. For 19-20 in the forecast, you have 20,251,487 for expenditures. In the budget, you have 19,854,232 for 19-20. And for 2021 actual, you have 21,406,186 in the forecast and 21,410,315. And those are all actuals, not the revised budget or the proposed budget. So I'm curious as to why there's discrepancies in both sources and expenditures between the forecast and the budget that were presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have city staff answer you to a later time because those are very technical questions, but usually the discrepancy comes from the fact that those are actual and the reporting dates might be slightly different. But I would ask city staff to get back to you, Mr. Menes. Do we have any other comments, please?
Yes, Cordell Hindler.
Please go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salini, Council, Cordell Handler, Richmond. So that was my comment as well. L, on the consent calendar regarding the forecast plan. So, I had that similar concern also, because when I was reading this, the packet, under 250, some of the major challenges that the city of Pinole is facing. And one of the things that came out of it was like the traffic, because everybody knows that, as soon as you go down along, No Valley Road, especially in the daytime, it is horrible. There's been like, almost accidents along there like daily. And it's like, why? I mean, my concern is that there has not been a traffic study that has been conducted, because anybody because I know I go to Pinole occasionally, and I've noticed that it's like people be speeding along Pinole Valley Road. That's one concern. And then the second concern is under economy of development. When I was looking at the previous agenda packet back in last month, I was appalled. When I saw the amount for $80,000, I'm like, I mean, if I was a tenant, if I had a business in Pinole, I wouldn't spend not 1 cent, because I've looked at some of the vacant properties around there, and some of them are in the worst conditions that I've ever saw in my life. It's like it is blighted, and it is like been vandalized, like, a number of times. So any potential tenant that would like set up their business in Pinole, that's not gonna last. So that's my second concern. And then the third one is crime. As I stated before, I respect Pinole PD. I respect that. They do a lot of good things for our city. And what they need is like, they need more funding, like for more officers and other things. So I'm thinking that if I had a budget, I would allocate some funding, like towards like the police department, because they need more officers. So I have a lot of concerns regarding that, but I'll save my comments for when that item for the under old business comes up. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, comment in person. We still have item number 9L.
I think we've received all the in-person comment. That concludes the comments.
Perfect. I think we have 9L, correct? I'm sorry, 9L was in person. I do apologize. Okay. Then we'll turn it back to the city council here for those items on the agenda. If I don't have any, do you have any comments? Councilmember Tave, do you have any comments?
No comments, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Thomas?
I'm just wondering if we can call on our finance director for a comment on the
Discrepancy in the actuals?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, please go ahead, Madam Finance Director. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? I believe you are muted. I'm sorry.
You're muted.
Thank you. I think one comment was related to the item agenda package, discrepancy between pages 234 and page 325 of the agenda package. And if you were to look at the actuals for the year 2018 and 2019, the actuals are slightly different on one page compared to the other.
Yes, I do see those. I see that they match in the forecast that's in the budget, and also that's in the long-term financial plan. But I do see the discrepancies here. So we do have this set up as automated. If I may, I like to take a look at those after the meeting.
Yes, no problem. The technical question we're asking, and I'm sure there's a reason why, and we'd like to give you plenty of time for those answers. So you can get back to us after the meeting, and we can provide an email response to Mr. Menes. If
Yes,
it's fine with you, Councilmember Thomas.
Well, I'm wondering if the long-term financial plan the forecast is correct, and if we should adopt that, or should we hold it over to make sure we're adopting something correctly?
City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's not time sensitive that the city council act on this tonight. So if it's agreeable to the finance director, I think it's fine that we continue this item to the next council meeting so that we can look into the issue.
Yes, I think that's fine.
Thank you. So we will pull out number 9L as being reviewed at the future council meeting. Any other comments, Councilmember Thomas?
No, I can make a motion to approve the consent calendar 9A.
I'm sorry, one second. I just want to make sure that other council members do not have questions before we move forward. Do you have any other questions? No more. Okay. I know that my two other council members, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I actually did have a quick question on 9L. I know it's coming back to us at a future council meeting, but I think it's important and relevant for this afternoon's conversation. Good evening, Director Guillory. I just have one question in regards to page 235 of the agenda packet. On page 235 of the agenda packet and page 8 of the long-term financial forecast, there's a header around property tax. This probably is pretty self-explanatory for those budget gurus. I'm just wondering, can you explain a little bit about what this actually means, more so the second paragraph, and why that's important?
Components of the property tax, is that?
Actually, I should clarify. So on paragraph 2 of under the header property tax, again, I'm looking at page 235 of the packet of the agenda packet. It says that 22% growth in property tax forecasted for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 is primarily due to an increase in residual property tax revenue resulting after outstanding redevelopment bonds are retired in the prior year. Can you explain the significance of that statement?
Sure. So this is the additional revenue that we'll be expecting that will pass through to the city's general fund after the last debt payment is made for former redevelopment agencies. So there's actually two parts to that. So there's bond debt, and then there's also a loan agreement between the former successor agency or former redevelopment agency and the housing assets fund. And the third payment, there was a three-year agreement, and that third payment will be paid this year. So a portion of the funds that we received for the former redevelopment agency, that portion that would have gone to the housing fund to repay that loan will just flow through. So what it results in is an additional revenue in the form of property tax going into the general fund, as opposed to the successor agency for debt service payments. And then the last payment for the former redevelopment properties will be in the fiscal.
Thank you.
Does that explain your question?
It does.
Mayor? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Finance Director. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Related to item L in the, pardon me. Item J in the consent calendar, the adoption of sewer system management plan. Don't have a question. I have a comment. I want to thank staff for having worked with the consultant who put this comprehensive plan together. Our water system is one of those things that, we take for granted, I think, a lot until something happens. And to add to the report this time, since the it was last prepared in 2020, makes it that much more important, because now we have a little bit more to report on how frequent overflows where they might occur can be mitigated. So thank you, Director Mishra, for your work. That's it.
Thank you, Director Mishra, and thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. If it's the case, I will just invite a council member to make a motion to approve everything with the exception of item 9L. Councilmember
Mayor.
Tave, I do apologize. You are with us, and I don't always see you. I don't have my screen in front of me. Please go ahead, Councilmember Tave.
That's okay. I just wanted to ask, in relation to that property tax question, how much revenue are we expecting in 23-24 that's not being reflected in this budget? I guess what's that delta? And to Mr. Menace's point, how much was his delta in that report? I'm wondering if the two are related.
Two are not related.
Okay.
The question and the discrepancies was more in the historical actuals.
I see. Okay.
And those totals in the revised, or sorry, in the forecast for 22-23, and that's just because the long-term financial plan is typically done before the budget. So there's been a couple of adjustments on the revenue and expenditure side. So it could differ a little bit between the two when we're looking at the budget year.
Great. And to Mayor Pro Tem's comment about the 23-24 revenue, how much are we expecting?
On the, look at the 5-year forecast here. But we're for fiscal year 22-23 budget, we have about $4.8 million in property tax. And for 23-24, it goes up to 5.6 million. So it comes out to approximately 900,000 that will go into the general fund.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. No more questions. And I will ask the city council member to please move forward with all this item with the exception of 9L, like Lima.
I'll move approval of 9A through K.
A second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Excellent. That concludes item number 9. Then we'll move on to item number 10, which is public hearings. And tonight we do have 2 public hearings. And the first one will be to postpone, the first one item, actually, 10A will be postponed to next city council meeting of June 2021. So therefore, I will just close item number.
Can the council make a motion to continue to that?
Yes,
specific
we'll
date?
make a motion. Can I please have a motion?
I'll move we continue item 10A, the public hearing, to June 21st,
Second.
2022.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you, Assistant City Attorney Mug for clarifying that item for me. I would close item number 10A correction, and I will move on to item 10B, which is conduct first public hearing regarding proposal for the city of Pinole to become a charter city and review the content of proposed charter. And tonight, the action would be to conduct a public hearing. Mr. City Attorney Eric Kasher and Assistant City Attorney Alex Ma, good evening again, and thank you for being with us. Please go ahead.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Some of this presentation will be familiar to you, but I just want to make sure to refresh everyone's recollection on how we got here tonight. So by way of quick background, on February 1st, the City Council directed staff to bring a future agenda item for the council to discuss the possibility of becoming a charter city for the purpose of enacting an increased real property transfer tax. And that discussion happened on March 1st. And at that meeting on March 1st, the council directed staff to prepare a draft charter solely authorizing a real property transfer tax and to schedule a public hearing to consider that draft charter, as well as to retain a pollster and consultant to a community survey regarding the potential of becoming a charter city and a real property transfer tax. That polling expert and consultant were retained and the poll was conducted, that survey was conducted, and then there was a special meeting last week for the council to hear those survey results. So tonight's meeting is the first public hearing, and it's an opportunity for the council to hear from the public regarding this topic, and to hear from the public specifically regarding the content of the draft charter. It's also an opportunity for the council to consider whether they continue this process of placing on a measure on the ballot for the voters to decide whether Pinole should become a charter city. And then to provide direction to staff on the draft charter and some related issues. So quick refresher, there are 2 types of cities, general law cities and charter cities. A general law city has to act consistent with the Constitution and state statutes, general state statutes. A charter city has to act consistent with the state constitution, but only has to comply with state laws regarding matters of statewide concern, and has authority to enact its own rules regarding municipal affairs. What a municipal affair is, there's not one specific definition. Over time, courts and the legislature have decided on certain things, but conduct of city elections, certain types of taxes, the form of government is a municipal affair. So those are all things that some charter cities choose to exercise authority over. So how detailed is the charter? Some charters are very narrow and limited and only authorize a city to engage in, one or two powers. Other charters, especially for older and larger cities, might be quite long and extensive and, have been amended and expanded over time. Any change to a charter requires the approval of the voters. So, once it's adopted, any change in the future requires voter approval at an election. And the municipal code is still maintained, just like in our federal government, our state government, there's a constitution that doesn't get amended very often. And then there is, there's still laws that set out the day-to-day operation and rules. And that's in what the municipal code is and would continue to be. So one reason, a prominent reason, especially in recent years, that cities have chosen to become charter cities is real property transfer tax. General law cities may charge a real property transfer tax of up to $1.10 per $1,000 of value, or I guess it's basically 0.1% of the sales price, and that's split with the county. So Pinole currently does receive a transfer tax of 55 cents per $1,000 of value. A real property transfer tax is only paid once. It's paid, based on when the property sells on that sales price. If it's for something of value. So, inherited property isn't subject to the real property transfer tax because there's no value exchanged for that. It's just a gift. And the payment of the tax, can be negotiated between the buyer and seller. Charter cities are authorized to enact an increased real property transfer tax. And so that's why some cities have become charter cities. A measure to become a charter city and enact a real property transfer tax that can be submitted to the voters as one measure for the voters to vote on. It only would require a simple majority for voters to approve that measure. It does require 4/5 of the city council to place the measure on the ballot, because the real property transfer tax, if it is structured as a general tax, all general taxes require 2/3 approval from the city council to place on the ballot. And because there's 5 members of the Pinole City Council, 2/3 would be, 4 votes. And a number of Bay Area cities have adopted or increased their real property transfer taxes in the last 10 or so years. So over the last few years, this is a graph that council has seen before. Real property, the amount of real property tax, because it's based on sales, it goes up and down, over time based on what properties are selling and based on the climate. The average over the last 10 years or so has been about $85,000, with a low of 51,000 when the city was still coming out of the Great Recession. And then, last year, as during the very hot real estate market, it was, twice that amount at 118,000. So staff, the city manager and finance director looked at trends over the last 10 years and think that, as a rough estimate, $100,000 is, a reasonable estimate of the amount of revenue that the city will receive from its current real property transfer tax for each of the next few years. 10 years from now, that will probably be higher because property goes up over time. And so that changes, but that's probably a reasonable estimate for the next few years based on trends over the last 10 years. If the real property transfer tax were to be increased to $8 per $1,000 of value, or 0.8% of the value, that would bring in roughly 1.5 million. And if it was increased to $12 per $1,000, a value that would bring in roughly 2.18 million in revenue. In addition, there would be some costs associated with this. That a real property transfer tax is collected when a deed of a grant deed is recorded. It's generally collected by the county, and so the county charges an administrative fee, of 1 to 3%, roughly, of the amount collected for that service. And this is just a quick overview of something I know that the finance director and city manager have discussed with you previously, but the city has been able to sustain its status quo levels with service levels with growing revenue that's able to account for that. But that revenue isn't sufficient to deal with all of the long-term capital needs, and so the city defers some of those investments in physical assets and business systems and human capital. And in the long run, that could cause deterioration of those. Real property transfer tax would create another guaranteed source of local revenue to sustain those systems, to improve physical assets, and maintain and improve essential services in the long run. So state law, when becoming a charter city, creates a specific process the city has to follow. If the city wants to become a charter city, there have to be 2 public hearings. They have to be separated by a specific amount of dates, and then a specific amount of time after the second public hearing. The city has to wait a specific amount of time, 21 days after the second public hearing, to place a measure on the ballot. And there's a deadline to place a measure on the ballot of early August in order to make sure it can get on the November 2022 ballot. So tonight is the first hearing. Holding this hearing doesn't commit the city to any process. It's just an opportunity to hear from the public, to review the draft charter, and to provide direction to staff, but it doesn't compel the city to add anything to the ballot at this time. So the proposed draft charter, which is in your packet, is quite short. It's about a page and a half, and it provides that based on the prior direction that the council gave, that the only power of the charter city, that Pinole would have if the charter was adopted by the voters, is the power to enact a real property transfer tax, an increased real property transfer tax. Other than that, the charter is explicit that the city would continue to be subject to all other laws governing general law cities. So, the draft charter would maintain the existing status quo, except for that power to enact real property transfer tax. So it would maintain the current city manager form of government. The municipal code would be maintained, and any future changes to that structure would require future approval from the voters as well. So the real property transfer tax is authorized by the charter, but it's not itself part of the charter. It would be adopted by a separate ordinance that would be part of the municipal code. They would be submitted to the voters at the same time, and if the measure is approved by the voters, the charter would be adopted and the ordinance would be adopted. But the ordinance is something that is much more detailed and deals with administrative things and more things that the city council might want to change over time. Of course, the rate of the any tax, if that was to change over time or be increased, that would require further further voter approval. So if the council does decide to move forward and provides direction to staff that you want to continue with this process, at least to hold a second public hearing, we would prepare that ordinance so that could be reviewed at the second public hearing as well and provide feedback on that so that if the council wants to move forward to have this place this on the ballot, at that meeting, it would not be the first time either the public or the city council were seeing those documents. So community engagement is something we talked about a little previously, and the council did direct previously for the city to retain a consultant to help with community engagement in this city. If it chooses to, can engage in limited education and outreach activities regarding a possible measure to become a charter city and enact a real property transfer tax. These activities are strictly educational. They need to be strictly educational and cannot advocate in favor of the ballot measure, but they could provide general information to the public. A common thing that cities do is an FAQ. So a common question that members of the public may have are, is this something I pay every year, or is this something, how does this work? And so a question, the city might produce a FAQ that says, do I pay this every year is the question, and the answer would be no, it's a one-time thing paid only, when the property is sold. In the city, could mail those items to the public, could place certain things on social media, on the city's website. But again, those would have to be strictly educational. They wouldn't be advocacy. And so there are limits to what the city could say in those materials, and they would rely heavily on past information that the council has received, like the budget documents and things like that. So tonight, after the council has an opportunity to hear from the public and receive feedback from the council, we're seeking direction on a couple issues. First, and sort of generally, is this something the council wants to continue forward with this process and to hold a second public hearing to consider the draft charter again, and at that meeting, hold consider a real property transfer tax ordinance? Is that something that council wants to do, or do they want the process to stop tonight? And then similarly, if the council wants the process to move forward, should staff commence education outreach activities, which might include, for example, further publicizing that second public hearing through a mailer or some similar activity. And then third, we'd like some direction on the content of the charter. If the council has any feedback on that, we certainly would like that information so we could incorporate that into any revisions as part of the next draft charter. And then the applicable rate for the real property transfer tax is something we will need direction from the council sooner rather than later. If the council is not able to provide that direction tonight, it is something that could be postponed to the next public hearing. And we can prepare the ordinance, with a blank there for that to be filled in on, if that's the council's direction. So that is what we are looking for from the council tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that the city manager and finance director are available for any of the questions regarding financial information as well. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Mugg. City Manager, would you like to add something to what was presented tonight? None? Okay, thank you. So just to clarify what the process will be tonight, I will first open it to the public for public comments, and then I will bring it back to the City Council for questions and comments. And when I bring it back to City Council for question and comments, I would like to kind of categorize it in those 4 categories just to be structured. The first category will be, do you want to continue to have a second hearing? Then will be question number 2 would be, do we want to commence education and other type of outreach activity? And then I would ask you providing me comments on the content of the charter himself. And then number 4, I would be asking the City Council if we were to move forward, which proposed RPTT percentage we would like to move forward. But first of all, I will open it to a public hearing, and I know that the clerk has to leave at 7:50 because it's election night. So, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Two in-person commenters. We have Rafael Menez and Debbie Long, and then it looks like we have a couple virtual hands too.
Okay, please go ahead, Madam Debbie Long.
Evening, Council. It seems as if the council is sidestepping and being somewhat vague about what a charter city under state law can encompass and using the real estate property transfer tax as a red herring. I will restate that a charter city has the authority to adopt laws regarding municipal affairs. The constraints of a charter city are subject only to the constitutional limitations of the state. However, municipal affairs are not always straightforward, but it does set out a non-exclusive list of 4 categories, and this was on the internet. Number 1, the regulation of police. 2, the creation of sub-governments in all or part of the city. 3, they can choose and modify how city elections are handled. And 4, the manner in which municipal officers are elected. Other areas are also under the control of charter cities, not in conflict with the state constitution, include zoning, land use, contracting, and of course, taxes and assessments, such as the real estate property transfer tax that is being considered tonight as part of this charter city. Under the California Government Code, there are many chapters and subsections regarding charter cities. And when adopting a charter, these are the laws that pertain to the charter. This is what I was trying to get across at the last meeting. While the Pinole statement is only 2 pages, the charter still encompasses all the rights as afforded by the state, and as I've outlined above, among others. It seems as if the citizens have only been spoon-fed information about what it means to have local control under a charter. But a charter is not about the people having local control. It is about everyone you have elected to make decisions impacting you. Yes, some of the things would have to come back to the people, but not all. Ordinances are voted upon by the charter or the council or the commission. It has been said that today's elections might only yield a 15 to 20% voter turnout. If Pinole becomes a charter with the argument that the people can vote on what they want or don't want, voter fatigue can set in. I, for one, don't want 15% of the citizens deciding for an entire community. No to the real estate property transfer tax. No need has been established. As a seller, you receive no value in paying this tax, and you've been paying taxes as a resident already of Pinole. The council has not cut 1 dime from their budget in the last 3 or more years, and in fact has increased their general fund expenditures by $3 million. So a big no to charter cities. And for the reasons I spoke earlier, a big no on the real estate transfer tax as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mugg, before we continue, a few items were added, commented by a former mayor of the city, Debbie Long, and those items were related to people affairs, and she stated for specific points. And Ms. Long, do you mind going back to the podium, because you have notes in, and if you don't mind stating those 4 points that you just brought up tonight. Regulation of police was one of them. Modify election and the way the city council is elected. Can you please restate those 4 points? I would like to at least give the opportunity to our city attorney to respond to those.
Okay, and this was off the internet and was formed by the League of California Cities when it was taken under discussion.
Thank you. Please go ahead with item number 1.
The regulation of police.
Can you, I will just go item by item so we get to have an answer on those.
Yeah, so I guess to take a step back, the city's charter, the draft charter states that the proposed unless the council, directs this to be changed, says the city shall not exercise any of the powers of a charter city except as expressly provided herein. And the only power authorized in section 301 is the real property transfer tax. Except as provided in this charter, the powers of the city shall be otherwise constrained by, subject to, and governed by the general laws of the state of California, as now and hereafter existing, relating to cities organized under such general laws. So what that means is that the city would only have the powers it has right now as a general law city, except for the power to enact a real property transfer tax. If voters want to in the future amend that, they could add additional powers, but that would require a future vote of the public. And, cities, if the voters wanted, they could add the powers that Ms. Long has referenced. Those are powers that a city could choose to have if approved by.
Just, I'm gonna make it clear and simple so that everybody can understand it. And I know you're giving me the official version. My question to you is, can the city modify the regulation of the police by becoming a charter as it stands with that charter?
Not under this draft charter.
Because the answer is no. Okay, thank you. The next point was?
Okay, and just for clarification, we understand that's not the charter you want to adopt, but it would be for a future council or future leaders to adopt that within the charter. It's allowable. That's what I'm pointing out.
So can any council in 20 years do any ordinances?
In 2 years.
Yes.
In 2 years, you start
They
changing.
could submit
Okay.
something to the voters.
There would have to be some,
But it's
Ms.
part,
Long, it would have to be submitted.
part of a definition of what's allowed under a charter. You may not be adopting it, but it is there for future leaders to adopt. I think I pointed that out. That's what
That
the
is
point-
correct. So
Okay.
can a general law city as it stands, when I can decide to adopt it, even by not being a charter
Right.
city?
So my,
today?
my points are what is allowed under charter cities, whether now or in the future. That's my,
Okay,
what I'm
yes.
stating. And so if the attorney wants to say I'm correct in what I'm saying, as opposed to what's being adopted, those are two different things for discussion.
I understand. What was the second item, please?
The creation of sub-governments in all or a part of the city.
Mr. Mug?
Yes, the form of government a charter city has that. This charter does not change that. Does not allow that for Pinole.
So the charter city would not, that charter would not change that item. Number 3, please.
Okay, the charter won't change as you've shown. They can choose or modify how city elections are handled.
The charter won't change. The draft charter won't change that.
Thank you. Number 4,
And lastly, if a future council chose to, the manner in which municipal officers are elected.
No, future voters would have to approve change to the manner in which municipal elections are conducted. That council would not have that authority.
thank you.
Those are
Okay.
items that
Okay.
could be put forward to voters, though, and that's why I discussed voter fatigue as well.
Yes, that's correct. I hear. Is there anything else, Ms. Long, that you had the question that would like to be addressed, please?
I have no questions. I'm very clear on what a charter includes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Those are good points that she brought up, and I wanted everybody to be clarified and those items to be answered clearly. Thank you, City Attorney Mug. Do we have any other question from the public at this moment, please?
Did get another card, Eric. I think it says Myers, excuse me.
Good evening, Mr. Myers. Welcome. Please go to the podium and you will have 3 minutes, please.
And we also have Rafael Menes in queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, fellow citizens, Madam Mayor, previously, it's good to see you. My name is Eric Myers. I've been a businessman here in Pinole, real estate broker, attorney since about 2004. We built our office down the avenue when we had a redevelopment agency here in Pinole. Worked with the council at that time, came here to a lot of meetings to get the approvals, was very appreciative of how things went. And I haven't come to much meetings since then because I've appreciated the job my local government's done. Till now, I think this item, you've stepped in it. I think you're going the wrong way with thinking about a charter city and a real property transfer tax. If you're gonna tax the citizenry, people in Pinole to fill the general fund for services, then tax everyone. Don't just tax people who are buying and selling real estate because you think it's low hanging fruit and there's money there. If you're looking to have a reserve in case we hit a recession, which we probably will at some point, be aware that real property transfer taxes are not recession proof, quite the opposite. When a recession hits, the real estate market usually takes a dive too. You have fewer transactions, you're going to have fewer revenue. And just from the principle of it, we have an affordability crisis in the Bay Area. And I think our philosophy, at least in Pinole, should be to support home ownership and value that and not create barriers to home ownership. And when you enact a local transfer tax, that's typically borne by buyers and sellers. So the buyers are just one step further away from being able to afford a house here in Pinole. And sellers, some folks who maybe need every dollar they can get for retirement or to buy somewhere else or to, if they've got any kind of life change they're facing, that's real money, tens of thousands of dollars that you're taking out of their pocket. There are so many other ways the city can tax, where they tax everyone equally and fairly, and doing so to pay their expenses. I heard former Mayor Long talk about some of the unintended consequences of a charter city. I didn't hear the lifting of the limit on elected officials' salaries. General law city has a limit under state law. A charter city does not. I don't even think that needs to go to the voters. So you all may be well-intentioned here, but councils change over the years, and that's a possibility. I'd point out that every city that's gone bankrupt in California has been a charter city, hasn't been a general law city. There's reasons for that. Maybe we ought to look into. I sent, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent an email to all 5 people on the council. One responded to me. I appreciate that. I hope you all 5 got my email with some other points about this issue. But again, we mean well and we want to do well, but let's do what's right and let's do what's fair. And becoming a charter city in Pinole and enacting a real property transfer tax is not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comment, and we will highly appreciate your viewpoint. Mr. City Attorney, can you please talk a little bit about the correlation between a city being bankrupt and being a charter city?
I don't have any information on that.
Okay, I would then ask city staff to provide us information about if there's a correlation, if you can investigate on that, which I honestly. So, Andre Mary, please go ahead.
So I think it's correct. The comments that were made by the member of the public that the cities in California that have declared bankruptcy have been chartered cities. I don't think there's any research that's established that there's a causal relationship there necessarily. So we're happy, there are tons of charter cities, of course, that have not gone bankrupt. And so I don't know that I'm not sure what the relationship is. And in researching this topic while the council's been discussing it, I haven't seen any analysis that's concluded that the cause of the bankruptcy of those jurisdictions, which could be many, are directly tied to their charter status. It is true that charter cities can make more of their own rules about municipal affairs. They don't have to abide by those of general law cities, but cities are making all sorts of financial decisions, both general law cities and charter cities, that impact their financial stability and solvency. So I don't know that as far as I know, there's no established relationship between those two things.
As long as we are concerned with that existing charter that we have, since things will be operating the same way that we are operating right now, there's no major changes that will turn the finances of the city 180 degrees, that will make us go in different direction financially, that we are going as part of planning and budgeting our budget.
So yeah, to the point that Assistant City Attorney Mogg has made, the scope of the charter that's been drafted for the city council's consideration, which was at city council's direction, is very, very narrow. It's essentially maintain observation of all the rules that pertain to a general law city, with the exception of the authority to enact and increase real property transfer tax. That said, as was pointed out by members of the public, the charter can be expanded in the future by an act of the voters. And so there is that possibility. Of course, the voters can at any time decide they want to become a charter city, even if they don't do it now in, November 2022.
Thank you. Another question was raised related to lifting the limits on elected official salary. Can you please elaborate how a charter city can increase the
Yeah.
salary as opposed to what we have now?
Under general law cities now there's a formula basically in state law. And if a general law city wants to have higher salaries for its elected officials, that's possible, but it needs to be approved by the voters. Under the current charter that as proposed, the city would have to follow that same process. The city in the future could, the voters could allow for something different, but that would also require a vote of the electorate. So currently and in the future, under this proposed draft charter, elected officials' salaries would be subject to the limit under state law unless voters approve something different.
Thank you. I'm trying to, and I just want to, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your comments. I also would like to say that the city is pro-business and we value your business and we always want you to be welcome. We are trying to do everything to increase the revenue of the city so that we get to provide the services that we need. And eventually tonight I will bring in a subject about rebates that will help to offset if the citizen were to sell the house with to follow the specific items that offset will allow them to not pay the real estate transfer tax eventually based on how much we'll be using that rebate. So that the city of Pinole get to be competitive on that specific real estate transfer tax. We welcome everybody and we want everybody to be here. Thank you, sir. Next citizen that wish to talk, please.
Greetings again. So okay. I just wasn't sure the usual resonance from it. Now I am. So with regards to the items we're discussing tonight, I would note that regardless of what action the city takes tonight, a future council, a future measure by members of the public could decide to adopt a different charter or amend a charter in a certain way, again, subject to the approval of the voters. So saying that there's an issue with this because the voters could theoretically amend it in the future, even if the city rejects this completely, doesn't do anything going forward. There could still be a voter initiative. There could still be a future council that says, we would like to look at other items. Like, for example, I've suggested in the past, it might be worthwhile having an ethics commission formally established as part of the charter, or looking at ranked choice voting for elections established as part of the charter. So far, the council has decided to just focus on having the real property transfer tax and the real property transfer tax alone as part of the charter. And I'd like to point out to the members of the public that, again, Article 3 is quite clear in saying that there's a real property transfer tax, that's Section 301, and then Section 302 basically says the city doesn't have any charter powers whatsoever other than 301. It doesn't get to change elected official salaries. It doesn't get to set up districts. It doesn't get to do any non-general law thing, because that's the whole point of Section 302 in Article 3. It's to say, as the first sentence says, the city shall not exercise any of the powers of a charter city except as expressly provided for herein, except as provided of this charter. The powers of the city shall otherwise be constrained by, subject to, and governed by the general laws of the state of California. as now and hereafter existing related to cities organized under such general laws. So for all intents and purposes, we'd still be a general law city, except for this one thing, saying that there's any other charter city power attached to that isn't reflected in this charter that the council is discussing adopting. I think that it would be worthwhile to adopt this because while the tax is just on buyers and sellers, I think it's reasonable for people joining the community to contribute towards the upkeep and maintenance of the community they are about to join. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, any other person who wish to talk?
Yes, we have several virtual comments. We'll start
Can I
with,
ask you how many do we have?
we have 5 right now.
Okay, we have 5. Can you please state your name and the city of residency?
Debbie Mackey.
Yep. Hi there, everybody. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members for your time. My name is Debbie Mackey, and I am the 2022 president of Contra Costa Association of Realtors. Our association represents currently 4,173 members in the Contra Costa County and surrounding Bay areas. During recent conversations at the council meeting, there has been no discussion as to what the cost to purchase a home in Pinole would be should a real estate transfer tax move forward. The last home I sold in Pinole was $560,000, and before the transaction was completed, the buyer needed to bring in $575,000, making it about a $15,000 fee just to close the transaction, and that is not including the $1.10 per thousand. These fees include administration fees, underwriting fees, hazard insurance fees, appraisal fees, escrows, and deeds, just to name a few. Pinole has also instituted a balcony inspection at $124.99, as well as an $85 review the sewer lateral video charge. Should the city move forward on a real estate transfer tax at either $8 per thousand or $12 per thousand, you would be adding anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 just on that one transaction that I gave you alone. Therefore, making that $560,000 home between $579,000 and $581,000. And as Eric mentioned previously, we do have an affordable housing crisis here in California. It may not seem a lot for the city, but it is for buyers. And just to give you an example, last year in 2021, from January 1st to June 7th, 2021, 103 homes had transferred title in the city of Pinole alone. This year, from January 2022 to today, only 66 homes have transferred, 37 homes less. So when you hear people tell you that the real estate market is cooling off, listen, because it's cooling off. And I can tell you, I represent 90% of my business as buyers. And when I tell them that certain cities have a transfer tax, they don't want anything to do with that city until they have alleviated all the other cities that have no transfer tax. So please take that in consideration. I ask this council to please consider alternative ways to increase the general budget by either a bond measure or increasing the user utility tax. At the time that that house was sold for $560,000, the current medium home price right now in Pinole is $822,000. So as one of your council members mentioned, this year or next year, you're going to have a $900,000 tax increase. So please think of another way, and thank you for your time.
For your comments, ma'am. Can you please state your name and city of residency, please? City of residence, please.
Good evening. My name is Tyra Wright. I reside in the city of El Cerrito, but I am a realtor and a board of director member since 2018. And I'm concerned with regard to having a charter city for the sole purpose of a real estate transfer tax. As previous speakers have spoken with regard to the tax, you're adding a good portion of money on top of what a buyer or seller has to pay at closing. For instance, in the city of Pinole, homes that were sold, the average price, could be anywhere from $1 million down to $800,000, dollars. So in essence, you're asking the buyer and or seller, and it is incumbent upon the seller unless negotiated, an additional $17,000 if their home is over $1 million, at $1 million or $1 million plus, or if it's $850,000, you're looking at about $11,000 or so. So that's on top of any mandates for point of sale, which our previous speaker just spoke of, not to mention closing costs. And for a first-time home buyer, that's pretty stressful on the buyer, not to mention a seller who may be trying to downsize for health reasons or whatever other reasons that they're downsizing for to retire. So I'm asking you to really think about this, because it's not in this economy that we're facing a lot of hardships, price of gas, and now you're talking about potentially a real estate property tax that's going to be pretty egregious to the buyers and sellers in the community. It doesn't help affordable housing at all. So I speak in opposition. And again, thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I appreciate local government and being able to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we are pro-business. We'll be addressing those comments that everybody has in a few minutes as part of our discussion. Next person who wish to talk, please.
Irma Ruport.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, this subject has come up in the past many times over about charter city. It's time, once and for all, put it to the taxpayers. There are pros and cons, there are debates, there's issues going around. I've lived here for over 40 years. I am tired, sick and tired of 5 people telling me what's good for me. No, the taxpayers know what's good for them. Educate, informed, this RPTT would bring money to us with no changes, according to what we've been told. I don't know a whole lot. I'm educating myself, just like we should with the public. And for once and for all, let's be inclusive to the taxpayers, the voters. November is gonna be a big day here in Pinole. 3 seats will be up, and mayor and council, I foresee this to move forward, draft your ordinance, draft what we can do, and pass it on to the voters, the taxpayers, the city of Pinole residents who paid this. I've lived here over 40 years. I own my home. My house next went for over $800,000, and the owner previously bought it for $300,000, just like 10 years ago. So making money, yeah, you're making money out of real estate. But you know what? It's only a one-time tax. And I do appreciate the fact, Mayor, that we do educate everybody. We need money in the next 20 years. Here in Pinole, you're not going to tax everybody because there's renters, there are people that come and go. And all I can say is for those of us who've been here, I don't foresee anything wrong with the charter city. I need more information, but please don't make a decision by yourselves. We are all in it together, residents of Pinole, the taxpayers. Let us make. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just for reference, Irma Report, the citizen of the city of Pinole. She didn't state it. Thank you. Next person, please.
Yvette Rico.
Thank you. I find it very interesting that opposition is being presented by a former city council member sounding a little distrustful of our process. I trust our process. I think we should go ahead and yes, educate the public and outreach to the public because a city needs a stability of knowing how much money it has for future needs. In 2008, the floor dropped out. All the entities in the city had to become self-sustaining. We have not completely recovered from that, and then we were hit with the pandemic. We have to have the ability to do this. We built this city not on rock and roll, but on property taxes. Sales tax, sales tax revenue. At some juncture, we have to find a way to have a steady stream of revenue that you can count on. This is not such a sacrifice for homeowners. I've been a homeowner for 2 years. I've paid the utility taxes. I've paid all the taxes that you have come up with to help us fund our services. My home I purchased for $30,000. It is currently valued at $800,000. That's a lot of equity. And do you think I'm going to mind paying 12% if I sell my house? When I could also ask the council, use the lateral sewer ordinance to take some of the issue of money away from the real estate transaction. And then I'd say to you realtors, everything is negotiable. It always has been, and it always will be. Thank you.
Madam Yvette Rico, you said 12%. It's not 12% that we're discussing tonight. It's 0.8% or 1.2%. I just want to clarify for our audience that it's not 12%.
That's even better.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is Peter Murray, citizen of Pinole. I spoke many times about the charter city and how I firmly believe that it's an equitable tax. You're not taxing everybody in the community for services. You're taxing individuals that are either coming in and also leaving. And those that are leaving have done their due duty to the community in providing property tax, sales tax, and their services to the community. And to be hit on the backside as they leave the community, to me, just seems rather egregious. And as I said, that it's not equitable across the board that all citizens are paying this. Something like a sales tax certainly is, but this doesn't come offers in the same manner as the sales tax would. The other thing was that I was listening to our city attorney, Mr. Mogg, and you need to listen to what's being said in order to get the gist of it. But he did make the comment that it's in the case of sales tax, property sales tax, that all things are equal, but it kind of left the door open from his comment that other things can change. And you've heard that earlier. You heard one commenter speak to making changes in the way we vote. And, that these are those grand ideas. Those are the ideas are coming down the pike in a future generation of maybe perhaps council members. And that's what you're really kind of guarding against in regards to this. When people open the door for, I say progressive thought processes that really, don't serve the community, in my estimation. Well, we've had a community that's run on the general law. It's run very well. You did the survey. Survey said that everybody mostly is happy with the city of Pinole. They love living here. And I think you need to take that to heart. And what the citizens told you from the survey that you put out and paid for, that the sales tax will not fly. So you'll be advancing more money to pursue something that you've already been told by your consultant is the potential for is very poor. So that's something to think about coming down the road in November. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments are very valuable to us, especially with the years of experience former Mayor Peter Murray, and we appreciate it. And we'll be addressing those comments shortly, as you pointed out to us. Next person who wishes to talk, please.
There are no more public comments.
Okay, I will then turn it back to the City Council for questions, but I quickly would like to state a few, respond to the few questions. The survey that was provided by that consultant that came back to us was a question based on the state of the value of the city as of today. How satisfied were you basically with the services that the city is providing you, and how satisfied were you with the state of the road today? But the questions that we are facing today and the money that we're trying to raise, it's to try to come with $100 million of capital improvement plan project that we have. And this is the city's need will be about $8 to $10 million for the next 10 years that would have to come. If we don't have that money, we cannot fix the roads, we cannot fix all this capital improvement project that we have. Therefore, the city of Pinole will be going down the drain, and the value of our real estate will not be as high. What we are trying to do is not penalize the people, but we are trying to invest into our community, invest into our streets, invest into our buildings, so that the city of Pinole can be valuable for the future generation to come. So the question was not based on how happy are you 20 years from now, but how happy are you right now? But what we're trying to do now, it's not now, it's making decisions now for the next 20 years. I think another question was raised related to the equity of that tax. And I do understand that. And that's why I would like to come out later on today with the rebate tax program, so that people who were to pursue into improving their house, where we will have the possibility of actually getting a tax credit, so that they won't have to pay as much on the real estate transfer tax. And honestly believe that Prop 19 is more of a danger to the people who live in the city of Pinole than Prop 13, because Prop 19 oversees Prop 13 that used to be since 2 years ago. So those are my initial comments, and I will turn it back to City Council for questions. First, I will start with Council Member Martinez Ruben. Please go ahead for questions, please.
Thank you. No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Tave.
No questions, just a few comments, but I'll wait for a comment section.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Actually, I guess this is a question. I would love to see more information about other cities and what rebate programs they have.
Excellent. I actually asked the question this morning to our city manager, and he was taking a look at it as during my meeting. City Manager Murray, I know that we quickly look at it, but you can provide more information based on what we discussed today, and we can probably provide also information to the rest of the council.
City Manager Murray, that question could be a question for the next public hearing too, if you don't have that information. Just wanted to pose that question.
Yes, thank you. We will be conducting research on some of the rebate programs that other cities that have adopted real property transfer tax have instituted to incentivize certain actions on the part of homeowners to advance community values or goals. So for instance, very briefly, El Cerrito has a rebate program to their real property transfer tax, where the new homeowner can get a rebate of a portion of the property to the real property transfer tax they've paid for seismic energy and water conservation improvements they make to the home. The city of Berkeley provides a rebate of a portion of the tax for seismic upgrades. So those are the types of, and again, those are meant to incentivize the homeowners to make improvements that they think benefit the community more broadly or align with city council goals. And we can provide more information on additional cities at the next public hearing.
Great. And then just an additional question in terms of the process that's laid out in the staff report for this item. It doesn't actually say if the item is approved by voters. When does it become in effect?
We'll go into effect one, a charter amendment will go into effect, has to be, once it's certified, sent to the Secretary of State, and they have to file it. So that is a little out of our control. But once that would happen, you know, it could go into effect certainly by probably January 1st of the next year.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I've heard an estimate of that we need $100 million in capital improvements. I don't recall over what time frame that was. And then I know that we are expecting a sewer study for, you know, to quantify the capital improvements that we need for the sewer system. Can you address, do we have in a report that says how much we need for capital improvements in the coming years, or is it sort of a back of the napkin kind of, you know, estimate?
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize it as a back of an envelope calculation. It's more informed than that. But as you know, one of the goals established by the city council in the current strategic plan is to conduct an assessment of the condition of all of the city's different types of capital assets. That's our buildings, sewer collection system, treatment plants, streets, et cetera. So that has been broken up into individual master plans and assessments. So we have a rolling ongoing assessment of our street condition that we do in partnership with the MTC. We, as you noted, are doing an assessment of our sewer collection system. We intend to soon do an assessment of the sewer treatment plant, which is separate. And we have not done assessments of the condition of our parks. We're going to be doing a park master plan, or of our city buildings. So we don't have a complete view of the condition or deferred maintenance and future needs of all of our different types of assets. Our needs by one measure for our streets are between $30 and $40 million. But that is what would be required if we wanted to instantly bring all of those streets up to a certain condition that may or may not be exactly what's well suited for Pinole. So $100 million, sorry, is the planning level estimate across our general fund supported asset classes. The sewer system, collection system, and treatment plant are a little bit different because they're an enterprise that is supposed to be self-supported by the user fees. So I don't consider those. We have a dedicated stream of revenue to fund upgrades to that system, user fees. So that's a little bit of a different bucket. So we're in the midst of fine tuning that estimate. I do think that $100 million is a reasonable planning level estimate, but that money needs to be invested over a number of years to catch up.
Okay, so 100 million does not include sewer, or does include sewer?
Because we haven't completed the sewer, the wastewater treatment plant master plan or collection system, that include the $100 million includes that, but we don't know how much that represents.
Okay, and there is another funding source to pay for capital improvements to the sewer system and the wastewater treatment plant, is there not?
Yeah, that's what I was referencing earlier, the sewer fees, and then there are different financing mechanisms to provide the upfront cash that's needed to make improvements to the sewer system.
And then the other capital improvements for roads and other infrastructure, that's all eligible for bonds, for capital bonds that we discussed last week.
So one mechanism to finance all of our capital needs, I think you're referring to a general obligation bond. That's another mechanism. You can't use that for ongoing maintenance or for other operations, but you can use that to acquire and refresh capital assets. Yes, that's correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Yes. So I understand those questions correctly. So roughly the roads are about 40 million to 80 million, depending on once we get a bill assessment, and probably another 40 to 40 million roughly for the sewer. But we'll get those precise numbers. But $100 million of capital improvement plan needs that we have right now for the next 10 to 15 years, roughly, rough order of magnitude. And I wouldn't ask anybody to sign it to the dollar exactly, but we are talking about anything between $5 to $10 million per year of additional investment that we need to do to the roads. And one of my friend who's a realtor, and I used to sell real estate when I was in college, told me that our neighboring cities look cleaner, look nicer because their roads are in much better shape than we are maintaining a road. It's just not that we don't want to maintain it, just that we don't have the budget to be able to do it. And the longer we wait, the more expensive those roads will be to maintain, because it's cheaper to maintain a good road than it is to fix a bad condition, a bad road. So next person, I don't think we have any questions here left. So I will turn it back for comments. So I know that we have, as part of the comments, I kind of wanted to divide it to those questions that we had, but if you have, I think we have those 4 questions that we need to address here. If you don't mind going back to that slide, please. Before we answer those questions, I would like to still give the opportunity to council members to make a comment not related to those 5 questions and those 4 corrections, those 4 questions. Can we go back to that slide, please? If you have any comments that are not related to those 4 comments, please make them now, because I would like to come back and give you opportunity item by item to be able to discuss those items. And item number 1 was related to, do we want to continue to have a second hearing? Item number 2 was, do you want to commence an education and outreach program? 3 was, do you want to add anything to the charter city? And 4 was the applicable rate of the approved RPTT. If anybody has anything not related to those items, and I'll come back to those items in a few seconds, please go ahead and make those comments now. Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
I am sticking to the items on the council direction.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any item not related to those items as part of the comments?
I'm happy to, council director.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
I do. Some of my comments include, I don't think we've heard how much it cost to put a ballot initiative forward. I have not heard, I've heard of opponents to a charter city, but I have not, and I've heard some proponents, but I haven't really heard is there someone out there willing to, kind of carry the water? Because I don't think this could possibly pass just on the education that the city would do alone. So it would have to have, some real advocates. But I think my overall piece that I'm stumbling with right now is that I have not seen, I want to have the need identified. Yes, we have various reports here and we're expecting some in a couple months. And it's something that we can't really put forward on, here is our report that has the need. And without that, I think it's really hard to argue. And I have worked on bond programs through the school districts. And if everybody gets their property tax, they know that there's a number of them. And there's always been reports that talk about how is money going to be spent, that we're asking taxpayer, asking the voters to approve, even if it's a real property transfer tax. But the biggest piece that I'm struggling with is the proportionality of the tax. And that is that you have a buyer who is saving money to buy a house to cover their closing costs, and they're already going to be paying property tax based on a new assessment. So it's like here you have to prepay your next fiscal year property tax ahead of time before you even move into the house. Then that same amount, because they're paying 1% property tax plus all of the bonds on their property tax, they're paying that in advance, and then they're going to pay it every fiscal year. As far as the seller is concerned, we have a lot of seniors that are selling their houses and moving into retirement, and whatever that tax is that we're asking them to pay, that's when they need it most, is to pay for their retirement rent, whether it's in care, senior housing, wherever it is. So it's the affordability coming in and how much a seller is going to get. And I want to circle back to the proportionality of we're taxing a seller and a buyer, but not the whole city, not the whole users. And that's where it's out of sync with the benefit that me as a current resident would get from my neighbor selling their house, where I'm not paying extra, but they are. And it's just the proportionality is way off. So those are the areas that I'm struggling with, is the need and the proportionality. So
Those are very excellent comments. And just to get back to your comments, it is becoming more and more difficult to afford a house in the Bay Area. Many has to do with depreciation and how much real estate has increased the last years. Just if you look at COVID, the price of real estate in the city of Pinole has increased by an average of 12% per year. And Zillow numbers are also reporting another 12% for the next year. So but yet we are still very affordable compared to our neighboring cities. We are probably one of the best affordability if you were to look at the surrounding cities. And I did have a conversation with some real estate professional, and I wouldn't name anybody, but they did tell me that even they were against the real estate transfer tax that we were looking at. They do not see a real estate transfer tax changing the mind of the people who are trying to buy a house in Pinole, just because it's still relatively cheaper to buy a house in Pinole than it is everywhere else. And on the other hand, I understand that that real estate transfer tax might be a burden for especially the person who's trying to buy a house, because they do have to pay a real estate transfer. They do have to pay the property tax, which is approximately 1% on the assessed value. But also, I just want to point out that that real estate transfer tax will be added to the overall of the sale of the house. So if you were to buy a house that is $800,000 or sell it for $800,000, and that real estate transfer tax were to be $8,000, that $8,000 will be added on top of the sales price of the house. So it's not something that the person would have to come right away with $8,000. It's something that will be spread depending on the type of loan they will be getting, maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years, 20 years, or 30 years. But if you spread $8,000 over a 30-year time frame, that might be about $100 per month, or I would have to do the math to be exactly. Go ahead. Yes.
That's a piece of the sale that's not financeable. So that comes out of closing costs up front that somebody has to have cash for. So it means that, for instance, if I wanted to buy a house and I put 20% down and I'm going to finance the other 80%, I'd have to come up with the 20% to put down plus the real estate transfer tax. I can't throw the real estate transfer tax into what I'm going to finance.
That is a long question. I will have to double check for our staff related to that. Can you have our staff get back to that specific question related to the real estate transfer tax? If it's part of the closing costs, is that something that can be?
It's part of the closing costs, so it completely depends on your loan. If you are a loan that will give you, maybe you only need to do 19% down, then you could pay 19% down and free up some money to pay those closing costs. But if you require 20% down, that's money you'd have to get from someplace to pay cash for the closing costs.
Right. And then there's other sort of requirements if you have less than 20% down annual costs. And I think the real estate folks can tell us that. I think it's, the mortgage insurance you have to pay if you.
There's a PMI, the real estate mortgage insurance. It's,
Right.
you pay PMI, depending on the type of loan that people are getting. Some
Right.
people, some people put 20%, some people put 10%, really depends
Right,
on
but
the type of
if I
loan.
don't have 20% to put down because I'm paying I'm right on the edge and have to pay another real estate transfer tax, that makes it more difficult for somebody to get into their first house.
That is correct. When you look, Councilmember Tom, sorry, the value I've already said and what the selling price compared to the market, the salt houses are usually sold right now with this market higher than what they advertise. And depending on those neighborhoods in the Bay Area, I've seen houses being sold 5 to 10% higher than the asking price. That is a good argument, and I validate that argument. So I don't really have to say anything, but I'm just trying to look at the overhaul. What we are trying to achieve here at the City Council is trying to find a way. How can we come with an additional $5 to $10 million per year that can help us to fill that gap of $100 million that we need to invest in the next 10 to 15 years? And right now we have to start somewhere. We're starting with the real estate transfer tax, but then if we were to just look at bonds, if we were to put, I don't know, if somebody was trying to get that amount of $8 million per year just on those 5,000 parcels that we have in the city of Pinole, 8 million divided by 5,000, that would have been 1,600,000 worth of additional taxes that each houses would have to pay just to come with that money. But we don't want to do that to the citizen of but we do have to come with those investments, because if we don't do it, who's going to pay for it? We're just going to end up with a city that's going to be destroyed, and we just have to think about what's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. We don't have to be happy with what we have now. We have to think about what's going to be ahead. And in order for us to preserve the city and our real estate, our roads, our schools, and make that place a livable place, we do need to invest that money. And if it hasn't been done for the last 10, 15 years, it's not because of the previous council. It was because it was different finances. The city was on the edge of bankruptcy. City council worked very hard in 2008 to maintain, and I want to thank them. But now we have to think about what's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. And if we don't do it, we're going to end up being in a position that people are going to be complaining to us because we lacked vision. And I think as council members, we owe that to the city. We have to think about what is good in the next 5 to 10 years, not just be happy because everything is great today. Councilmember Thompson, any other comments?
Just what you mentioned about $8 million per year.
Yes.
I don't know if I missed it, but are we anticipating getting $8 million per year from the real estate property?
No. I said if we were to look for $8 million as part of a bond or as part of
Right.
a
Okay.
tax that per year, and you were to divide it by 5,000 parcel, that will be about 1,600
Right.
per
but-
houses per year.
Yeah, and I'm asking because I see that the current revenue that we're getting is 119,000 for this fiscal year. And if that's based on getting 55 cents per 100,000, then I think you multiply that by 20. I think there's somebody who has better math skills than I do. You'd multiply it by 20 to anticipate what you would get if it were based on $1, 0.8%.
Yeah, you have the number here. You have 1.8% would be
yeah.
approximately 1.45 million. So if
thank
the
you.
city if the need of the city
Right.
of Pinole
Okay.
were about $5 to $10 million per year, at 0.8%, that will
Right,
close the gap. We basically will have close to 1.5 million, but the city will still need to come out with anything between $5 to
okay.
$7 million additionally.
I think that my point there was that if we're talking about the 2.18 million that we would get from a real estate property tax, we can't really compare that to $8 million a year on a bond. If we need $2.18 million, then let's compare what that pro rata would be across the board for citizens.
I hear, well, my point was that if we were to go by the bond or a parcel tax, that will be about an additional 1,600
Mhm.
per year per person. I mean, per parcel tax. And I do remember then we were trying to do the fire study. people didn't want to pay $300 on parcel tax per year. So if we were to just, so we are trying to find mechanism that we can actually come with that money, but but we have to start somewhere. It's not
Right.
just, we cannot do all at once. We have to start somewhere.
Exactly.
Yes.
Good discussion, though.
Great discussion. Councilmember Tave, comments on anything that is not related to those items?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate this discussion. I think that, you know, 800,000 today, maybe $400,000 in a couple years, where the percentages would change, right? Your down payment for 800 at 20% is different than 500,000, right? Or I'm sorry, at 800,000 at 20% or down payment at negotiable. I just want to say that this is an opportunity for this city to prepare for the future. I'm not saying it's a complete solution to our financial problem, but what I am saying is, or financial needs, I should say. But what I am saying is that this is a step in the right direction, as I think a couple of people or this conversation kind of alluded to, is that it's a step in the right direction. And our positions, at least my belief is to make sure that we're putting the best options that we have in front of our voters and letting them decide. I think that survey showed that there are a lot of people that our town was basically split three ways. Some people didn't know what it was. Some people were pretty sure that we should move forward with it. And some people said no. I think that is our democratic process, almost perfectly. So we have our work cut out for us to educate the public. I think that's something that we're going to do. There's a lot of misinformation out there about what this is, because it has the word tax. And I think that's something that debate and community discussion flush out. I do want to mention, though, when we talk about bonds, we have to make sure that we understand that is not free money. That we will continue to be paid. So the bond is paid off. Or at least the application of that bond is paid off. So I just want everyone to be mindful that this is a tax that is completely open to the market, in my opinion. Will fluctuate with the market. And when we look at the 55 cents that we're receiving, well, how old is that 55 cents? And has it ever been visited? And some cities have gone this route with Charter City to modernize that number, if you will, and not have that outdated number still intact. So I think that this is an opportunity for us. And I look forward to having the discussion of these 4 bullet points and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. I understand your comments, so let's see if there's anything else before I turn it back to the council to go back to those questions here that we have. Item 1, 2, 3, 4. So the question I would like to ask to each of the council member is to if they wish to continue on whether to move forward with the process of becoming a charter city by holding a second public hearing and preparing a RPTT ordinance. So I would ask you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, to please make a comment, and at the end of the comment, please let us know if you wish to continue on it.
I believe that we ought to listen to the results that the consultants provided us. I think only one council member here has mentioned that there were some actual findings, and those findings are a reflection of what we wanted to obtain from a representative sample of our voters. If it's voter input that we want on decisions that we're going to make, we have received it. Time and time again, the most recent findings from the May 31st presentation, as well as those compared to earlier findings from a poll taken in November, I believe, of 2019, showed fairly similar results in that the likely voters indicated that they were pretty satisfied with the way things are in Pinole. Now, I know you will take issue with what they understand and what you understand. And I am hearing your point about how perhaps voters are not considering the future. I think they are. I think they have considered the time that they have spent in Pinole and their contribution via their property taxes all along. I concur with the sentiment that this is a disproportionate tax. And if we are operating in a world or in a city, let's narrow down to Pinole, that's considering equity, then we ought to talk about a fairly assessed tax. And this one is not, because it focuses on a select group of people. That to me is not an equitable tax. We have not explored other options for obtaining that approximate anywhere ranging from, what was it, 1.2 to 2 point something million per year, variable depending on the market. Yes, we are not guaranteed even that amount. We don't know how the market will do in the next years, but markets go in cycles. So you can argue that as well. I think that to ignore the findings that we have obtained would be a mistake. There's a reason why our consultant is not here, additional to the fact that they are along with other clients who are likely to be, quote, winners of what they are supporting. They're not here to further present information that they already have made very clear to us. They asked us to ponder the question about whether the public, whether there was a consensus about going forward and placing this measure on the ballot in November by the electorate, by the sample. And the results indicated no. I think we need to listen to that and not do again what this council has done fairly recently this year, and that is not to listen to a good number of our residents about what they believe is of interest to them. Yes, currently, because as you know, what people see is the matter or not, or is favorable in Pinole, is what they see when they open their door. Yeah, they see the streets that may need increased repair. They see perhaps some deferred maintenance. But fairly speaking, the other aspects of living in Pinole seem to be okay. We know time and time again that the kinds of things that they identify, including the concern about safety, is something that we're already addressing through another means, not through increasing tax and not via a tax that is specific to a particular group of people. Again, considering other options for increasing taxes for that amount, if you're talking about narrowing the gap of what you estimate, Mayor Salimi, to be a need of approximately $5 to $8 million a year for the largest ticket items, and what we could possibly maybe obtain from additional tax, we haven't explored other possibilities that we have seen in the narrative of the long-term plan that has been presented previously and will be again at the next meeting. Among those options are the increase in franchise taxes by those franchisees that are permitted to use, how shall we, how are they characterized? Equipment and infrastructure that already exists in Pinole. I'm thinking about PG&E. You and I receive, all residents receive, a notice every now and then, probably a little too frequently, from that large organization, large corporation, about increasing their rates over the years, in any given year, even. It's the one familiar and common piece of mail that often pops up in my city mailbox. What do we see? That company increasing rates. Does the city get them? No. Or perhaps, and this is now a question that comes to my mind, is when the next negotiation for our franchise agreement with that company is coming to term. There's a possibility there to explore an increase in those rates with them. There's also a possibility of examining how increase in the UUT could be considered, would be found acceptable or not by the electorate. We haven't explored all options. I agree with you that there is a need for additional money, but I think the means to get to that as presented on the work that staff has been doing and our city attorneys, both deputy city attorney and our city attorney have done since 2020 when we began talking about this, has been matched what we have focused on, which is a very narrow charter, but it's towards something that is really largely based on let's get this money now because we think we can. No, we have heard otherwise from, it's not us, it's the consultants we hired to do to run a survey that represents a segment of the likely voters. They loudly told us, not loudly in a nice way, but they told us, this is not likely to pass if we put it on the ballot. And to think that we might invest additional money for an educational / informational process that reasonably requires more than 3 or 4 months is just does not make sense to me. We could use that, and I don't know what their fee is. If I'm thinking about the right consultant, we're talking about, we've already invested maybe 20,000, 6,000 per month, approximately. So we're thinking maybe another 30,000 plus. You can let us know, city manager. For an informational attempt, what was that, a toolkit requiring access to the internet and social media that a good section of our electorate does not use readily? That to me is not a fair way of informing them. Education is a process. It's not just dropping in toolkits and having people or expecting people to access them. We know that even during our term here on council, it's taken us 3 years. We're nearing 4 years now. And here we are beginning to understand our budget and our budget process, even a little bit more than when we started. And we spend hours trying to read it, trying to understand it, having access to staff to explain things to us. And we expect the general voters to make a decision based on 3-4 months of information that's going to be, really, really focused on trying to, well, I shouldn't say this, but the interest would be to have a measure passed that we've already been told it doesn't have a chance to do. Does not make sense to me. So I would, and it's not just me, I'm thinking about the people that we've polled. Again, representative of the electorate that we are supposed to be serving. They've said, no, this it's not going to work for me.
Thank you.
So with regard to the items on this, I would say not to move forward. And then that means that we wouldn't even be touching 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, on that item, thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben, and I heard what you said, and I those are valid points, and but not being equitable and some other items. Then I will ask the same question to Councilmember Thoms, and I will bring it back to Councilmember Tave and Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and then I will make my last comment on that question. Councilmember Thoms, question number 1, whether or not to move forward with the RPTT.
I would say no, not to move forward, but.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, not to move forward.
Not to move forward means yes to move forward. Just correct?
Don't move forward.
Okay.
On number 1. That's right. I got to watch my double negatives. But I also want to point out that if 3 people decide to have continue the public hearing, that's not such a bad thing because it provides education for finding a solution. And I don't think we're going to find the solution through this process, but I think that having the dialogue to further identify the needs that we have in the city, that it's a great opportunity for education. So I will not be offended if there are 3 votes to, continue the hearing. That might foretell, the number of votes that there will be after that hearing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Tave, please, can you please let us know if you wish or not to continue forward with question number 1? Do you want to continue forward?
Well, I had want to make a comment on some of the comments that were already made. I think we have to make sure that we don't underestimate the citizens of Pinole's ability to understand the RPTT. I think that having 39% of our electorate not understand what our charter city or RPTT ordinance is, it does not mean that they won't understand through an education process. I think that our electorate is very intelligent, very close to what this is and making an educated vote. So I think it's worth the process of moving forward. I just hear and I understand Councilmember Martinez Rubin's comment about the consultant and the timeline, but I can pick up on this, understand it, and
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. So you would like to move forward. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, can you please go ahead?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Toms and Mayor Salimi for that dialogue. I'm realizing that I'm learning a lot about both this process, and that was very informative. So I just want to thank you both for sharing that. I felt like that was one of, probably looking back, one of the most educated spaces I've been in on this council. So I appreciate that. I do want to say before answering your question, Mayor, I got you. I know that these terms are really important, especially with taxation. So I want to make sure we know that equality and equity are very different. And so as we're talking about taxation, it's really important that we recognize, because it's been mentioned several times tonight in public comment, as well as some of us, the difference between equality and equity. Equality suggests that folks, individuals, or groups of people are given the exact same resources and opportunities. Equity is different than that. Equity acknowledges and recognizes that each person has different circumstances, as well as different resources. And based on that, we're fighting to make sure that those two different groups, or those two different people, for example, have an equal outcome. So it's really important that we talk about equitable taxation. We see sales taxes, for example, I think were referenced tonight as something that is equitable. Well, sales tax, for example, has a harder burden on poorer people or folks who are lower income than some of those who are higher income. And so I want to make sure that as we think about these solutions, as we think about taxation, we think about what's truly equitable and know that term. And I think as much as I learned tonight, I thought that was something I can share as a point of education, and perhaps more dialogue at our next public hearing. That being said, I'm happy to continue the conversation. I think that would be a very valuable, hopefully we'll get more members of the public, but I think it'll be a very valuable conversation to continue to have, given the conversation tonight. And I hope that also will commence more education and also more outreach. So
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So you answered yes. So we have 2 no's and 2 yeses.
for the first question.
For the first question, yes. So let me first tell you that when I was in college, I was a real estate agent, and that was helping me to make my a living. And I was working for the Bay Area real estate broker, and some of my colleagues, and I was very happy for them, were making close to $80,000 per month just in real estate transaction fee. And I was making also some money. And I personally I don't mind paying taxes. I don't mind, helping the community. And what I'm trying to say here, I'm for real estate. I want our real estate realtors to be successful in the city of Pinole, and I do not want to cut on their salary. I don't want them to cut on themselves. But what I'm trying to say here is that we have a need. We have a need as a city to fix those roads. We have a need to fix our infrastructures for the next 10 to 20 years. I feel like being in a situation where I was facing a few years ago when my parents, my wife, grandparents passed away, and the grandchildren were getting the kids, which are our parents, were getting that house, and then the expenses were getting greater, but everybody wanted to keep the house, but nobody wanted to pay for it. And I felt like I had to come in and said, okay, that's nice to keep the house and improving it, but if nobody pays for it, how are we going to be able to keep it in the family. And I feel in the same situation right now. Everybody is happy with what we have, but they don't want to improve the situation that we will be in the next 5 to 10 years. And so we have to be investing our money now. We have to think about what's going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years, because the longer we wait, the more expensive that will be. And in terms of equity, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, I understand that's not, I don't think any tax is equitable, because even in sales tax, if I live in Pinole, but if I go and buy something in the city of Walnut Creek, everything goes to the city of Walnut Creek, nothing goes to the city of Pinole, even though I live here in Pinole. So I'm playing the devil's advocate. I mean, everything is.
I can respond to
Yes,
a
go ahead.
devil.
Go ahead.
A devil's advocate. It's not about where the tax results. It's about how the tax is obtained. So either you tax everyone the same amount,
Yes.
yeah, or you tax a select group of people. That to me is not fair. That to me is not equitable. And it wouldn't be just my definition. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. What I'm let's face it, I'm looking at the numbers here. Anybody can say $6 to $10 million per year that we need. Let's say if we were to come with $2 million as part of real estate transfer tax, we'll be still short of $8 million per year. And if somebody talks about the parcel tax, if we wanted to raise an additional $3 million, that would bring us a total of $5 million, divided by that 5,000 parcel that we have, that additional $600 per parcel, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, that everybody would have to pay regarding of what they have. So that will be still $5 million. And then we can go back to the bonds, and then we'll still be in short of $5 to $3 million. What I'm trying to say here is that the city needs it. It's not a question of if we need it or not. The longer we wait, the more expensive it will be. And we have to be responsible to fixing what we need to fix to be able to be a successful city. It's not a question of, I don't want to do it now because it's not fair. It's a question of what do we want the city to look like? And if we don't do it now, we'll be in bad financial shape, because the city cannot. One of our former city engineer, before she retired, stated that if we continue like that, the city might end up having dirt and gravel as a mean of transportation in the entire city of Pinole. So we have to face it. We have to move forward. I feel like I want to say something, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not about the city. First of all, I wouldn't say the city is going to be destroyed. I think I heard you say that earlier.
I misspelled. Sorry, it's not going to be destroyed. It's going to be a poor shape.
And with regard to, again, the street conditions, as an example, if you want to highlight that, you know, it's a matter of, another thing to think about is that for different projects in the city, there are different means of there are other sources of revenue, not all taxes, that contribute to alleviating those kinds of things. Street maintenance is one of those. Sales tax and the general fund are only one source of funds toward that. But we rely on state taxes. We rely on state taxes. And so people have contributed taxes already to some of those things. Yes, the amount that they have contributed is probably not as obvious to them for the result that they see on a daily basis, but people have been contributing taxes all along. I think I'm going to leave it at that, because
I agree with you.
It's really not an argument about not needing the funds. It's really how are we obtaining those funds? And we have heard, I mean, all of us have also obtained, last count as of this afternoon, about an hour before our meeting started at 5 o'clock, we had in our inboxes at least 42 emails from various individuals who are saying, you know, consider other ways of, if you're going to levy a tax, consider other ways. And yeah, we haven't done that. So on the issues of tonight, on this RPTT, I will say that's not the way to go. We're getting the input or feedback from a handful of people who would be okay with paying the RPTT. Okay, fine. But relative to that handful of people, there are so many more for various reasons, whether they be real estate, realtors, whether they have a home in Pinole, whether they are at a different life stage than the ones we've heard of that say, hey, oh, it's all right. You know, all of that has to be taken into consideration. So again, RPTT and that it's attached to this other larger matter that we're talking less about here.
I hear you.
You know, the charter, it's just,
I hear
can
you.
we explore
Yes.
an increased tax that's not necessarily tied to this other aspect of
There is more than one way of taxing people, and I don't like taxing. Nobody likes paying taxes. I'm the first one included. But we have to move forward in ways of making that happen. And Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, we have seen, like me, how many of our capital improvement projects per year have been on ever since you and we have been elected 4 years ago. We have had the same capital improvement project not happening on a yearly basis and being moved from 1 year to the next one and so on because we don't have the money to make them happen. I can choose one capital. You just have to look at the CIP numbers. All of them are 3-4 years old, and that should have been accomplished 4 or 5 years ago. And because we don't have enough resources and the money, they keep moving. Every a year, what was planned becomes a forecast now. We are not able to maintain our baseline. So I don't. But that's a good conversation about what other means of taxes we have. But we have to start somewhere. It's like a downtown. We cannot improve everything at once. We have to start somewhere. It's not because we are helping one group. Now that doesn't mean we cannot help other groups. So we have to find ways of increasing the revenue of the city. And the real estate transfer tax, it's the first step. I'm not saying that it's not other means, like as you're stating, there will be other means, but we have to be able to spread everything equally because we don't want to have a real estate transfer tax is asking $10 million per year per houses. We cannot every time they're selling something, or we cannot have we cannot raise $10 million per year, but just one mean of taxation. We have to be able to spread it, but we have to spread it equitable, and also we have to start somewhere. And the real estate transfer tax is the first step that the city council would have to adopt in the next 5 years in order to be successful, to be able to move forward with the need that have in capital improvement plan. And for this reason, I would say, yes, that's a 3-2, but I will give you one more minute. It was a 3-2. I will give you one more minute just out of courtesy because I'd like to move to the next question. And please, even though you voted no, I still want you to participate in the remaining 4 questions, please. Go ahead for what you wanted to say.
Sure, I can continue participating in
Before we move
based
on,
on my response to the first.
So you wanted to,
okay,
you wanted to answer to that one. Go ahead. And I will give you 1 minute and I'll move on to the next.
Well, there's a lot that you said, Mayor Salimi, and you emphasized that this is the way that we have to start. I would disagree with that respectfully. This is not the only first way we have to start. So you can perhaps explain why the RPTT tied to a charter would be the first way to begin. We don't have to begin.
Because I've been here for 4 years and I've not seen any other council members making any other suggestions to finding a way of raising that gap that we have. That's the only reason why. If you want to continue with another mean, we can do it in the next 2-3 years. But we have to start now because we also crunch in terms of election timing.
Okay. So it's timing.
And every single time election will be, the election is, we did it with the fire study 2 years ago. And what we found out, we did surveys, we did everything. We found out that we always are crunch instead of election time. We always have that 6-time frame. No matter how much and how in advance we know we're going to do something, the way the city council agenda is laid out, we always end up by having that time period. I've done schedules, I've done studies, and I work with our staff, and it's always end up being the same time frame that we have. It's always end up being 4 to 6 months before the election.
So what have we learned about that? Or from that? That now, 3 years, 4 years into our term, because you and I were elected at the same year. There have been some shifts in staff capacity. There have been new approaches to the way we consider finances. We have learned some lessons as individual council members about that. We continue to try to obtain public input about what we think it ought to be a way or a direction to take. And yet when we obtain public input and receive something that is contrary to what any one of us might be inclined to do, somehow that public input perhaps takes on a different value. It's perhaps not even paid attention to. That's what I'm gathering from the emphasis that is made about how this approach ought to be the first approach. to
I agree with you, and thank you. I will let Councilmember Taft say something, and then we'll let the council to vote, City Attorney. But Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, you have the education that the general public do not have because you have invested so much of your time the last 4 years reading all those reports, and not everybody is as educated as you are and as I am. And sometimes if they were to ask me questions, I will maybe able to answer it in a different way because I do have information that the public did not have at the time question were asked with them. Councilmember Tabe, and then we'll vote on number one. Let's go ahead.
I just had a quick question to the city attorney and a quick comment. City attorney under California Revenue and Taxation Code, how long has that been applied here in Pinole?
I don't know the exact year. That's established by state law. And so as long as state law has done it, certainly for a long time.
So we could say it's a very old number. I think that the comment I have is that there's this notion that we're introducing some type of new tax. All citizens only because it's being introduced as our PTT. I just want to call to attention, that's a very old number. And have modernized that number, benefited from that number. This is a proven tax within this region and across the state. That I think is a core element that's missing from this conference. This is something, a mechanism that cities do use and voters do vote on and approve. Our council members and general public keep that in mind as we go through having these conversations, is that old number is helping the city, but not as much as if we were to update that to a current number. So I just want to put that out there for everybody to think about it. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, welcome back. You closed, it's past 8, so thank you. I will then ask you to please do a roll call for item number 1. And City Attorney Mark, do we need to make a motion for that item?
Yeah, if someone can just make a motion.
Okay, I will try to be very diplomatic. I will probably ask one person who voted no to make a motion, so that shows how the council is. Now, hold on, I will ask somebody who said yes. Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm happy to move to continue the hearing. Give me one moment.
The motion could be, move, I move to direct staff to schedule a second public hearing to continue consideration of a potential charter city measure.
I move to direct city
and prepare the real property transfer tax ordinance.
I move to direct city staff to move forward with a hearing on the proposed charter city and prepare a RPTT ordinance as well.
Any second, please? Councilmember Tabe, that second, I think, if I don't put the second, the other person might be you. I will second it. I will second it. Mayor Pro Tem made a motion, seconded by the Mayor Salimi. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben,
No.
Councilmember Toms,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
and Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
That's 3 yeses. The motion carries.
Thank you. This being moved on, I'm happy. Then I will please ask Councilmember Martinez Ruben to whether to comment on education and outreach activity, please.
No, that's time and investment that again, so there's cost associated with that for something that is not likely to pass. So no.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Absolutely. I feel like we need more I thought we said that earlier. We
Yes.
need more education and more outreach about all solutions.
And I remember that's one of the questions that you asked
Yeah.
last week to our consultant. I do remember you asking the question. Thank you. We'll move on to Councilmember Thomas, please.
And that would be no.
Councilmember Tave.
I would say that the consultant did say that our approval ratings were high and that was hurting us for this to be passing. So I would say, yes, we need more education. I think that as soon as everybody understands this, that we might see those numbers go in a different direction is my belief. So I would say, yes, we need to move forward.
Okay, I'll also say yes. So Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem, can you please make a motion? I'm sorry. Can somebody make a motion to move forward?
I'm happy to move to direct city staff to consider all options to commence education and outreach activities.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
Question, can we have discussion now that we have a first and second?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Right, before roll call, thank you. No, just my comment is that, again, going back to the experience of our consultant, they've got 25 years of experience gauging whether a measure is going to pass or not. So, yeah, think about that. No? That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And no more comments, question and comments again. So Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
No.
Councilmember Toms.
No.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
And Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
It's 3 yeses, motion carries.
Thank you. Then next item will be the content of the draft charter. Before the discussion start, I just wanted to create I discussed about it earlier, but I would like to create a rebate program related to seismic retrofit and energy conservation, similar to what the city of Berkeley does and what the city of El Cerrito does. I wanted to create a rebate program. City attorney, I would like to add a rebate program that would actually offset the real estate transfer tax that the people would have to pay.
Yeah, and if that's the direction from the council, that would be something to be included in the RPTT ordinance, not in the charter itself. So we can include that in the ordinance, and then the council at the next meeting can decide, whether to, based on, the information we provide about neighboring cities, how you might want to change or adjust that.
I just wanted to clarify before this discussion starts so that the other council members are aware of any comments. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please. Comments? No, none, okay.
Well, just on that piece, I would be interested as well in exemptions for low income families or low income buyers. Can we see what other cities are doing? Can you provide those options to us for the RPTT as well?
Yeah, we can look if any cities have that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, please.
Well, just a comment on that. If it's an affordable property, something that's been reduced, the sales price would be reduced. Therefore, the RPT, the tax would be reduced because your base level would be lower if it's a restricted unit. Like a for sale unit that's affordable.
Made a comment. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I would just like to include sewer lateral replacement.
I think sewer lateral replacement is already something that it's due as part of our ordinances. City Manager Mayor, can you clarify this sewer lateral ordinance, sewer lateral tax credit? I don't know if that will work.
Sure, I'll also defer to the assistant city attorney. So there is a requirement that new homeowners inspect to verify that their sewer lateral is in serviceable condition or upgrade it. But there isn't the city doesn't provide a financial incentive or subsidy of that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what's in our current ordinance, our municipal code as of now.
Thank you. So to the point of Councilmember Tape, does it mean that if we were to add any improvement to the sewer lateral, that will be able to be a rebate?
Yes, you could.
Okay, so yes, Councilmember Tape, thank you.
So we can, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Tape.
What I'm asking is if in the event, normally those ordinances apply when you have a repair or you have to do trenchless. What I'm saying is if there's a complete replacement that's needed, a collapsed pipe, something of that nature, is there a way to have that included and whatever that cost is be reduced or whatever, reduce the RPTT? Is that possible to include in this?
It is possible to include that as one of the eligible expenses for a rebate.
Okay, I'd like to see that come back and if it's removed, that's fine, but I think we should have a discussion about it.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So if I were to sell my house, it's a requirement for me to improve my sewer connection to the main line. It's broken. And let's say if it's $10,000 and I spend $12,000, is what Councilmember have asking, it's that $12,000 be credited out of the real estate transfer tax. So that means that eventually that the person would not be paying any real estate transfer tax.
Well, it would be at the direction of the council. How the rebates work in most other cities is it's capped at, in both El Cerrito and Berkeley, it's capped at 1/3 of the transfer tax paid. So you can get up, in those cities, you can get up to 1/3 back for the eligible improvements you did. The council could decide what improvements it wants to include on the list as eligible. So it could decide that, a sewer lateral replacement is eligible, or it could decide not. It could also decide, it wants to do more than 1/3 or less than 1/3. That's all up to the council's decision making.
Excellent. And that decision has to be made tonight, or can it be made at a different time?
That can be made a different time.
Okay, Councilmember Taves, you want to make that decision at a later time?
I think so. I think we
Okay.
can give ourselves some time to think about it.
That's a good, okay, perfect. Anything else as part of your comment? Councilmember Tave? So far, what I've heard, just to recap, I've heard the rebate related to a seismic retrofit, the sewer connection, correct? And my item I did forget, and City Manager Murray, I think we have a third item that you and I we discussed earlier today.
Well, I think this evening you've mentioned energy efficiency and also water efficiency. So I don't.
Yes,
I don't know if you want to.
Yes, please.
Suggest those two.
Yes. So what we were really trying to do here, City Council, is we are trying to offset the people who will not be paying the real estate transfer tax when they improve their house, which is already something that the city is asking to do. We're really trying to help the people to stay in Pinole, have a better city, and still get those rebates as part of the real estate transfer tax, so that eventually they don't really have to pay anything. On top of that, they improve the house become more valuable from a standpoint where somebody's trying to buy it. But from a real estate perspective, it's better, and from an owner perspective, it's better, because regarding what, they will still have to spend that money. But now by spending it, they're getting a credit for it. So they're being washed out. So it's a win-win situation for everybody here.
And I just want to clarify, because I heard some comments, wasn't sure it was clear, but in other cities, the improvements for which you might be eligible for a partial rebate need to be completed within a certain period of the sale of the property. So for instance, you're not getting a credit towards an improvement you might make in 10 years. It's if you make an improvement within, say, some time frame that the city council defines, 6 months or a year of purchasing the house, you can get that rebate. It's not indefinite.
Okay, that is great. Okay. Councilmember Martinez, please go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
Okay, well, you might want to hear this, so I'll wait for you.
He can hear it from the.
Go ahead.
I'd be curious to know, again, what proportion of people we're talking about based on income levels that would be eligible for these kinds of rebates, rate amounts to be determined, proportions to be determined. If that data is even available to cities and or to real estate agencies, whether it's publicly available, could be private, but whether it's even usable. Again, it's information that would help us understand better, you know, how many people are we really trying to help here? Or how many people could we help as a city? If all these caveats or the differences in paying a total amount of RPTT would be. So.
Yeah, we will, when we assemble this information for the second hearing, gather information that we can from our peer jurisdictions that have enacted rebates to their RPTTs. So we get a sense of how widely used they are and also what the net proceeds are to the jurisdiction of the RPTT. Because if we're providing a rebate of the RPTT, that's obviously a one-for-one reduction in the net amount that we end up getting as general revenue for the city.
And then a question comes up in my mind, Mayor, and that's related to enforcement and follow-up for those individuals. If there is a term limit, a time limit by when someone needs to pay their share of whatever income level to make improvements in their home, who follows up? Do we have the capacity to do that? And it reminds me of a hearing that we had here where there was a person who did not exactly, who somehow was not responsive to code enforcement actions. And so, you know, it takes a while for that kind of process to come to be and all the time associated with that. So those are also considerations I think that would be important.
Just to mention, I think the way that those rebate programs usually work is somebody pays the full RPTT upfront, and then they submit documentation evidence of the improvements they've made, and they get a rebate for that amount. So the onus is on the homeowner to demonstrate that they've made the applicable improvements, as opposed to it being on the city side to do proactive enforcement.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben? I don't see any other questions. If I don't see any questions, I will please ask somebody to make a motion with those. City Manager Mary, please restate those rebate program that we stated so far so that I will write it down as well.
Sure. Seismic, sewer lateral, energy and water improvements, and some information on low income exemptions.
Yeah, we are talking about energy, meaning solar and water, correct?
Well, the energy improvements might be more energy efficient appliances. It might be all sorts of different energy.
I would like to
conservation
include solar, just to clarify, anybody who does solar in profit to the house, solar will be also a good addition, please.
Okay.
And
Oh,
just to be
go ahead.
clear, Mayor, these are programs that for the city attorney or assistant city attorney, these are programs that would also be included in the draft charter. How would these be?
They would not be in the draft charter. In the draft real property transfer tax ordinance, there would be language creating a rebate program.
Okay, so in some ways, this is the content of the RPTT, so 3A. Okay, just want to make sure.
Thank you. So we have seismic, or water lateral, energy, water, and solar, and I think those are the items, correct, Mr. City Manager? If it's fine, I would ask somebody to please make a motion.
I have them in front of me. I'm happy to make the motion, but if you can one more time, just remind me those 3 points.
Sure. So it's the improvements are seismic, sewer lateral, energy, I would say energy, including solar and water, as well as some information on low income exemptions. So directing city staff to return information for possible incorporation into the RPTT ordinance rebate programs related to seismic, sewer, energy, including solar and water.
It is a long, you should be a council member, Mr. Murray, and we used to have
A lot of
another
time
one,
with
so we
council
already have a
members.
plate for you, just a council member. Okay, so I will make the motion if it's fine. Okay. I make a motion to include in the draft. I would like to make a motion to include energy rebate program associated to seismic retrofit, associated to sewer lateral improvement, associated to energy improvement, including water and solar, and also a low income exception program.
In the draft RPTT ordinance.
Thank you.
I think
In the
that's
draft
clear to-
RPTT ordinance.
That's clear to
Thank you,
city
sir.
staff.
In the draft RPTT ordinance. Can I?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Tave. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Toms,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
and Mayor Salimi.
Yes,
Motion carries.
excellent. That concludes item number 3, and then we'll move on to item number 4. Discussing about the rate of the RPTT. I think we should be the lowest possible because I don't really want to impact anybody. And 0.8% is the same thing as $8 for every $1,000. It's technically the same thing, correct, City Attorney Mug? Yes.
Correct.
0.8, it's not 8%, it's 0.8%. So that means that if a house costs $1 million, that will be $8,000. If a house in Pinole costs $500,000, that'll be $4,000. So if somebody sells a house at $500,000 downtown, and it's 0.8%, that'll be $4,000, and that person will be able to do an upgrade to the solar or lateral, to a lateral or anything else, and they'll be getting a rebate. So that person will very likely be in a situation where the house will be improved, will be more valuable for sale, and end up having everything else waived at that moment. So it's an incentive to make our people invest their money into the house so that the house can actually also be more valuable for real estate sale. Discussion on that item, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, at 0.8, or what you would like that number to be?
Oh, no, given that I voted no on item number 1, means that everything else.
Yeah, you can vote on item number 1, but still vote on other items and come with, no.
Consistency is what matters here. So,
okay.
So you want the current rate or?
You don't want to propose the current rate? Okay,
no RPTT.
okay, I hear you.
I'm
Mayor,
s-
yes,
No
I just need
RPTT
to clar-
enhanced, pardon me. I want to clarify because there
Okay,
is
that's
a
what I was-
RPTT.
That's why I
So
asked.
no increase in RPTT.
Okay.
okay.
So the current rate is Assistant City Attorney.
It's 55, the part that goes to Pinole is 55 cents per $1,000.
Okay. And so, Mayor Salimi, you said as low as possible. The staff report provided gives a number of options that of RPTT rates apply to neighboring cities from anywhere $7 to what I see as $15. As low as possible seems to be.
Yes, as low as possible based on the survey that was done by a consultant last week. They were coming at $8 was the lowest they had, $8 for every $1,000, or the other one was $12 for every $1,000. So was either 0.8% or 0.12%. And those were the two they studied on. And when I said the lowest possible, it's 0.8%. Because I'm trying to, from a fiscal perspective, I would like to put it as high as I can, but I don't want to do it because I also want to be conservative and help our citizen to not be buried in that tax, because I would like to give them the opportunity by improving their house that can be offset, and they will actually, it'll be a win-win for everybody here.
That's fine with me. I'm happy to do the lowest possible.
0.8,
applicable rate.
0.8%. City Attorney Mag, would you like it per thousand or per percent, just for clarity?
Either way works.
Yes. 0.8, I don't want a zero to be offset somewhere and then we come back 5 years later and see that it's a misleading zero that we are missing somewhere. So okay, 0.8%. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and just for the council's reference, the if this is placed on the ballot question would say 0.8%, because that's one word for purposes of word count, whereas 8 per 1,000 is 3
Okay,
words.
thank you. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead. Okay, nothing you don't want to discuss about it? Okay,
No.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Tave, please.
We're looking at 0.08%. Just so everybody, I found a quick search. 19 or 55 cents went a long way. Dollars is reasonable to take today's date. So yeah, $8.08%. I'm in favor.
Okay, that was 55 cents in 1939.
1939 is what I'm looking at when the tax code was enacted.
Okay, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting to see. Okay, thank you.
But if I may.
Please go
I
ahead.
think it was around 1993, 94 that the city had both the utility tax and the real estate tax. There was a measure G and a measure H. And I think Pinole's tax dates back to that time. I just recall it because there were two ballot measures. And
Yes.
it was related to Prop 208, where the tax was supposed to go before the voters.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Just to the point of Councilmember Tave, that's 55 cents was based in 1939 numbers. Is that correct? Councilmember Tave? 55 cents with the inflation adjusted in 1939 will be $11.44 today. Not $8. I'm just adjusting based on inflation from 1939 numbers. I'm just a number guy here. But we are still at $8. So we are still below what we should have been if inflation would have kicked in and we were consistent since 1939.
If I may,
So
Mr. Mayor.
I'm just teasing here. I don't want to.
Well, I think that we need to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, where we're only talking about what the city receives, but the taxpayer is paying $1.10 already. So it goes from $1.10 to, the $8.
No, we'll go from $1.10 to $1.10 plus $8. It'll be $9.10. Correct? Yes. Correct. That will be still below the CPI inflation that we have had since 1939. Just looking at those numbers here. Okay. Would you like to say something, Councilmember Martinez, when I see the big smile? I know.
Thank you, Mayor Salim. Well, I'm smiling because I'm chuckling because I appreciate. No, it is. It is. I appreciate your sense of humor and I appreciate your your orientation toward numbers. I tend to be oriented toward context. And I tend to be oriented toward how decisions have an effect on people. And so, and also the context in which taxes are even levied.
Yes.
And so, we're not even touching here on the economics at the time, 1939 relative to today. And so it makes me chuckle that we're not thinking about that, but I think the taxpayers will let you know that they do think about certain things. And when we're talking about numbers for them, it is the cost of living in 2022. It is the anticipation of inflation in 2022 through 2023. So we will find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't see. I think 0.8% it's reasonable. And I will then please ask somebody to make a motion here.
I would like this conversation to be deferred to, I mean, what we're talking about, I know it seems like council members are speaking a lot in
Yes.
absolutes tonight. This is not approved by us. This is the
Yes.
first public hearing.
Is
So
that correct? Do we have
this
to
is-
come with the numbers here as what Mayor Pro Tem
We
says
can
here?
defer this
Okay.
So the-
later.
So you've heard staff, you've heard the council's direction as to where we may want to go. Let's continue the conversation at the second public hearing.
Yeah,
But regarding of what we say here, if we put it at point 8, the conversation will still be continued, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's what I'm
Yes,
making a
yes.
point about it. So
Can we at least, would you like us to come with a number?
Yeah, if you give
would
us a
guide the
motion,
general
we'll
conversation
put that
next
in the
month.
draft or.
so you can, please go. Yeah.
I would like to start it. I would like to make a motion to start. Councilmember Tave, would you like to make a motion, please?
Motion to set the applicable rate for the proposed RPTT at $8
For $1,000? Oh,
per $1,000, right?
the correction. Can you restate it clearly so that everybody get to hear it in one sentence?
I'd like to motion to set the applicable rate for the proposed RPTT at $8 per $1,000.
Any second, please? I second it. Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Toms,
That's no.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes,
Motion carries.
excellent. City Attorney Mug, any other questions that you have?
No, we have the direction.
Okay, you have the direction. I would like to thank the entire council. It was a difficult conversation that we had tonight, but we were able to have everybody participating and respecting each other in a very good manner. And I think that really shows how well this council is behaving and how respectful this council is into working together. And I think this is exceptional. Thank you, everybody. Let's see, the next item here, it's almost 9 o'clock. Let me see. That concludes item 11A and 11B. And thank you for the member of the public who came and participated. I will then move on to item 11A. Before we start, Finance Director, how long do you need of a presentation? I'm just trying to take a break in between. I was wondering if I should take it before or after a present.
I have a short presentation, so it shouldn't be too long. I would say 10 minutes or so, if not.
Okay, so I would like you to make a presentation for 10 minutes, and after your presentation, if the council does not mind, I would like to take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you. At 9:10, thank you. Please go ahead. So tonight, we'll be moving on to item 11A, which is the revised proposed fiscal budget, revised proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 operating and capital budget. And the action tonight will be to receive a report and provide direction to our Director Hillary. And please go ahead, Director.
Share my screen here. Sheet showing for everyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as the mayor mentioned, I'll be presenting an overview of the revised proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget. The recommendation is for staff or for the city council to review the revised proposed budget and provide direction to staff for any changes to incorporate to the next draft, which will be presented to the city council at its meeting on June 21st for adoption. The development process for the budget, long-term financial plan, and the capital improvement plan. We kicked off the first public meeting on April 14th for the finance subcommittee, and we presented the general fund baseline budget, as well as the status quo 5-year financial forecast for the long-term plan and proposed projects for the 5-year capital improvement plan. The city council also held a special council meeting or budget workshop where we presented updates on the long-term plan, budget, and CIP. And through a series of these meetings, not only did we provide budget updates, but they were also opportunities for public engagement. So a number of opportunities for the public to give their input on the budget, as well as engaging the full city council earlier and more frequently throughout the process, which was a little different than we've done in past years. During this process, we also launched a public survey through our Balancing Act online tool. It was a qualitative survey, and we garnered 164 responses on that survey. And that was a higher rate than we've received on any of our past budget-related community surveys that were launched. Just wanted to point that out. Continuing through May, we attended the City Council regular meetings and provided budget updates on both the operating and capital, as well as the capital improvement plan. And that brings us to tonight's meeting, where we were planning to have the final proposed long-term financial plan adopted. We'll make those updates that we discussed earlier in the meeting and bring that back on the 21st. And then for the June 21st meeting, we'll also bring back the final proposed operating and capital budget, as well as the CIP for adoption. So the budget approach that we took for this cycle and going forward is we started with our baseline budget, which was presented to the council back in April. And what that means is that we took the current year's budget for fiscal year 21-22. We removed our one-time revenues and expenditures and forecasted the changes. We included known factors such as increases in salaries through the cost of living adjustments for memorandums of understanding between the city and with the city's various labor unions. We also included updated medical rates, vision rates, insurance premiums for general liability and workers' comp. And what that did is set the baseline budget for the fiscal year 22-23. We then met with the various departments, we being the city manager, the finance director, myself, and each individual department, and went through budgets to discuss any proposed new revenues and expenditures for the upcoming year. And we added those to the baseline budget. We further refined the forecast and the budget to package the preliminary proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Again, went back and looked at staff proposals and made some adjustments there. Also took direction from City Council for a request to add to the budget. And just a note here is that for those items that the City Council added to the budget for the fiscal year 21-22, the majority of those were carried forward to the fiscal year 22-23 budget. So the council did not propose any new budget additions for 22-23. Today's presentation, we're presenting the revised proposed budget, which reflects all of the changes up to this point. And if there are any additional changes that are directed by the City Council tonight, we'll incorporate those for the final proposed budget, which will be presented for adoption. It's in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. Total revenues for all funds are budgeted at 56 million. And total expenditures for all funds total 58.3 million for the use of 2.2 million across all funds. And we'll see a more detailed table in just a moment. It includes appropriations for City Council directed items and some staff recommended budget items that have been included. And as I mentioned, the majority of those City Council directed items were carried forward from fiscal year 21-22 because they were either not completed or they have not started. The use of fund balances includes the use of fund balances for several one-time and some new ongoing expenditures. It also addresses several of the strategic plan initiatives, and those items can be found in the department sections. They are noted in the actual budget document. It also includes a transfer to the general reserve to comply with the reserve policy. There are about 5 positions that are being proposed to be added to the budget to respond to some key community priorities and organizational needs. There is a vacancy savings factor, which is something that we newly implemented this fiscal year, and this is to account for vacant positions that remains on the books throughout any given budget year. And this equates to about $510,000 or 5% of the total salary budget in the general fund. So that's been built into the budget. The budget also includes the remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds of $4.1 million. Includes a number of one-time special projects, as you see listed here, some consulting projects for community and communication and engagement, diversity, equity, and inclusion, some legislative advocacy. It also includes the replacement of in-car computers for the police fleet, a climate corps fellow for to support the climate action plan, and then also the PCTV master plan. And these are just some of the items that we highlighted that are included as one-time special projects in the budget. So here's a general fund budget summary. Just to keep in mind that general fund includes the main general fund, the Measure S 2006 and Measure S 2014 funds. We're looking at a projected beginning balance at July 1 of $9.7 million. Total budgeted revenues are at 28.1 million. Total budget expenditures at 29 million, and total use of fund balance is about 921,000. So this includes the new ongoing expenditures. It includes some one-time items, and it includes the capital improvement projects, most of which are in the Measure S 2014 fund. The projected ending balance at June 30 of 2023 is about $8.8 million. As I mentioned before, those one-time expenditures that are included in the budget that are carrying forward equate to about $1.9 million. And there are a number of ongoing expenditures that will require the use of fund balance for an amount of about $482,000. And this amount comes from staff going through the exercise of looking at the total budgeted revenues and backing out any one-time revenues, such as the ARPA funds that will be considered one-time. We also looked at the total budgeted expenditures and pulled out all of them one time. So comparing the ongoing revenues to ongoing expenditures minus all of those one-time things, including capital improvement projects, we're looking at the use of fund balance of about $482,000. Table represents those new proposed ongoing expenditures. As I mentioned, there are a number of positions that are proposed in the HR department, city clerk's office, the police department for the proposed modified 410 schedule. It includes a public works position. 75% of that position is actually allocated to non-general funds. And then it includes a number of operating expenditures in fire, human resources, police, code enforcement, and for information technology, the addition of a second full-time dedicated contract staff person through the city's IT service provider or Precision, to about $940,000 in new ongoing expenditures. So this reflects the all funds budget summary, broken down by the various classifications of funds. It shows the total revenues, total expenditures, and also the use of fund balance for each individual fund. Wherever you see parentheses, that indicates use of fund balance. And if there are no parentheses, that means that we're adding to the fund balance. Very important to note that the use of fund balance for the most part across all funds are due to one-time items that are being carried forward. And that includes capital improvement projects as well. So overall, for all city funds, total revenues are 56 million, total expenditures are 58.3 million, for combined use of fund balance in the amount of 2.2 million. So the next steps in this process will be for staff to incorporate any changes as directed by the City Council. We'll prepare the final proposed operating and capital budget and the annual appropriations limit and submit the final proposed budget to Council for adoption on June 21st. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. You're 2 minutes shorter than allocated. Excellent. Perfect timing. What I would like to do here, if it's okay with everybody, I would like to take a break now until 9:20, 10-minute break. We'll see you shortly at 9:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave will be starting at 9:28 in like 20 seconds, please. Do we have everybody online ready before we do anything? Is everybody online ready? I'm just gonna wait for them too before we start. I'm not gonna start yet. Councilmember Taylor, okay, Anthony. Everybody else? Okay. The finance director is with us too. And perfect. Eric should be on vacation. What are you doing here? Eric went on vacation like Merritt, not that far.
Okay.
It's nice to see you. Thanks for staying
Likewise.
with us. Okay, so everybody's with us. Dave, let me know when you're ready. Good evening. Welcome back to the City Council of the City of Pinole. It's June 7th, and I call to order again the meeting. And we were under item 11A, and the Finance Director just finished her presentation. Then I will turn it back to I would say, do we have any question from the members of the public, Madam City Clerk, on that item?
We do have a public comment card from Rafael Menes.
Perfect. And anybody on the internet?
Yes, we have 3 citizens online.
Perfect. So I will start with public comment and I will turn it back to the City Council if it's fine with everybody. So Mr. Menes, please go ahead.
Again, so first, I guess, following up on my earlier comment, when going off of the numbers for forecasts versus the budget as a whole, I'm assuming that the values given in the revenue and expenditure summaries are more correct or current than the forecast values. And then I'd also like to praise the finance department for the charts on pages 32 and 33 in particular. They're really well done charts. They go over all the stuff in the general fund. They break it out by revenue type. They break it out by expenditure type. They break out by expenditures by department. It's a sort of pie chart of the budgets really needed to have for a long time. And I'm glad to see the city including that as an upfront thing in the process. I'm also curious as to whether the budget was structurally imbalanced and FY 21-22 revised, because it says the net operating results on page 325 were a result of negative $6,547,586, comparing revenue to expenditures. Because having having use of fund balance for an ongoing expenditure in 1 year is one thing, but if we've got multiple years in a row of use of fund balance, that's perhaps a different concern. Let's see, on page 414, I've still got a question as to what an readiness is. I figure that's supposed to be something else. And I think I brought that up the last time this was discussed, but it doesn't look like it's been changed. So I'm still curious as to what exactly that is. In several segments of the agenda, it looks like there's blank pages, but they aren't marked as intentionally blank. It's just like after non-personnel expense details, there'll just be a blank page, and then there'll be another expenditure summary, and then there'll be a blank page. Like there was more text, but there isn't now. I'm not sure whether it's deliberate in order to have more stuff broken up or not, but it seems like a waste of paper in the printed out versions, at least, to have multiple blank pages that aren't marked as necessary blank pages. And then on page 515 of the agenda packet, major non-personnel expense details for community services. I'm not sure if there was some sort of transcription error or what's going on, but the values listed on that page don't seem plausible. The values listed on page 517 seem more reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Finance Director. Would you like to answer those questions later, or would you like to address them now, please?
I can address them now.
Please go ahead.
The budget versus the fiscal year 22-23 budget versus what's in the 5-year forecast. Yes, it has changed a little bit. There were some updates that were made. However, if we look at the 5-year forecast, we estimated use of fund balance of about $405,000, I believe. And in this presentation, as shown earlier, staff is estimating about $482,000. So still within the same ballpark. There's been some adjustments to the revenue and expenditures since the 5-year forecast was complete. For the fiscal year 21-22 structural imbalance, yes, the revised budget does show use of fund balance of about $6.4 million. That's actually been revised. And the majority of that is for those one-time items, and it also includes capital improvement projects. So most of those were not completed in fiscal year 21-22. So they did carry forward to 22-23. And most of the one-time items were also not completed. So we are estimating to use $3 million in fiscal year 22-23, and I can go to the page number that shows that amount. Just a moment. Working from my printed copy as opposed to the agenda packet, but I'll go there just to make it easier for folks to find it. So over to the financial summaries. $308 of the agenda packet. We actually need to add the headers back for the fiscal years there, so sorry about that. But initially, we projected to use $6.5 million of fund balance with the revised projected year-end number. That comes out to about $3.4 million of fund balance. And those are attributable to the one-time items in the capital improvement. There was another question that I did not catch, I'm sorry. Mr. Menace said, what is, I believe there was a term that's in the budget, but I didn't catch what that term was. Definition of that.
He will restate that question for you.
Okay.
Sure. So on page 414, it states prepare station 74 for reopening ANENT readiness and communications capability. I'm just curious what ANENT is meant to be. It's obviously a typo of some kind, but I can't interpret what it actually is.
I can chime in on that. ANENT means having to do with or with regard to. So putting monies into Station 74 with regard to getting it ready for reoccupation when we open it, for reoccupation by fire crews.
So it's a term of art then. For clarifying.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then for the last, I believe this was the last question regarding the blank pages. Those were inserted to make it more printer friendly so that the financial summaries actually started on the right side if you're reading it the same way that you would read a book. But we will make some updates to the formatting so that there aren't so many blank pages there.
Also, one other question about page 515, the values on that page.
And so the PCTV was changed from one division to 3 different divisions. I believe this is PCTV. Yes, it is. To 3 different divisions to better account for the various services that it provides. We're still going through vetting that budget, and we'll have that better vetted with the PCTV master plan. But the way that it's set up is a certain percentage. We looked at the total cost and then allocated a certain percentage to each of those divisions. And the way that it was allocated is some of the numbers do look really low, more so as placeholders. And the majority of the expenditures are in the main division, which is the one 217. So we're continuing to review that. And as I mentioned, once we have the PC master plan and kind of work through the various activities, we'll get those squared away.
Okay, I thought it was probably a placeholder, but it's good to get that clear.
Yeah, it's more of a placeholder just for our financial system. We have to have something in there. Yes.
Thank you. Next, I think that concludes the questions, and thank you, Madam Finance Director. And then we move on to public comments online. Madam City Clerk, please go ahead. Can you please have the name of the person in the city of where they live in stated as part of the comments, please?
Okay, Cordell Hindler, please state your city of residence.
Sure. So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. My name is Cordell Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Markeisha, for that presentation. I was looking at the staff report and I was looking at the one-time project. I am so glad that this item regarding diversity, equity, inclusion is part of that. So I'm grateful for that, because when I was looking at the previous agenda packet regarding the amount to hire a consultant to do this kind of work, and so I'm thinking that I think $50,000 sounds reasonable, because that's a good amount of money, like to hire a consultant, like to work with Pinole on the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I would just say I would have a consultant to be on board with this, because I feel that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a big component of city government. So that was one of the things. And then number two is I was going through the packet this evening, and I was going through it, and it's like economic development, and I'm like, I don't think there's not enough funding in ARPA, like to recover from, because businesses are still dealing with the hardship, like trying to bounce back from the pandemic. And so I don't think there's not enough money left over for that to happen. So I enjoyed the presentation, and I'll send my comments for the Public Works Department. That's it.
Thank you.
Irma Ruport.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Tonight I will be reading you an editorial that was published on November 2nd, 2020. These excerpts are extremely relevant to agenda items 11A and 11B. So we'll be providing direction to staff on how to proceed with short-term and long-term capital budget allocations. And instead of reading you the excerpts, what I like to do is I have submitted a copy of this article, which is cities must level with voters. Was an introduction that was done by people campaigning, and the opinion was put on the newspaper regarding their statements, these candidates. It's very appropriate to what we're talking about now. So to continue, if you take this editorial serious, you will realize that any action by this council to reprioritize non-essential budget expenditures is physically irresponsible. It is beyond the scope of good accounting practices. I urge each council member to exclude any budgetary item that is City Council's prior actions of using economic nightmare, which we cannot ignore. Do not fall victim to political whims, which imply that we are flush with money that we can spend foolishly. Our US Secretary Treasurer this weekend said that this is not an inflation. She made a mistake. We're heading to a recession. So what I'm trying to say is when the city of Pinole did go through the recession, we were very ambitious. We hired everybody inside. We spent so much money. And guess what? The following year, half the people in Pinole were let go. We lost quite a few people in public safety also. Mayor and council, be very, very careful on how you spend the money. We are going through a crisis right now, spending wise, and it's a recession. It's not an inflation anymore. And one thing I'd like to add to this budget, please include a mental health expert. Everything that's going on around, we need one for the city, for the children, for the people here, for our public safety officers. Please bring one in so we can all learn to live with one another and just be safe. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope you take these things serious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Long.
From home. I have some questions regarding the budget, and I apologize if the answers may already be in the document and I just didn't see them. First of all, the general fund balance is accumulated from previous years and carried over. Is there any detail how this evolved and what part of the balance is still slated for other funds? Secondly, page 25 and 54 regarding the 115 trust. This trust was set up by a previous council with funds realized from the sale of Pinole Senior Village. At the time, it was predicted that the city could draw funds through the year 2034. But at some point, based upon the lack of gain through interest, that was adjusted downward. The intent of the trust was to offset any increases from PERS, as well as to help the employees by freezing their increased share of the employer contribution. But when I look on page 54 and I see that from 2021, the contribution from the trust went from 476,000 to 2.250 million for this the new fiscal year. And coincidentally, this was the amount that was transferred into the general fund to balance the budget. It leads me to believe that more than increased contributions needed to PERS is reflected in that $1.75 million increase. Is part of that attributed to the entire cost of new employees and our contribution? Is part of that attributed to paying off the PERS general obligation fund? I know that it has increased year over year. If so, that was not the intent of the formation of the trust, and it's not going to last very long, leaving the city with a much larger deficit in years to come when it has dried up. I am requesting a complete breakdown, audit, if you will, of the trust contribution, not only how it was used, but a breakdown by employee for which the transfer was attributed to. Also, another item I noted is that the Measure S funds are lumped into one and not broken down into the Measure S by the years. I did not see a line item for the expenditures for each of these measures, nor a category that broke down how other funds were funded with Measure S. I know that we have seen some pie charts in the past, but I didn't see how this was reflected in this document. So that's probably most of my concerns right there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is this the last comment we have?
Yes, there are no more public comments.
Perfect. Can we please address the question of Ms. Long related to those items to the budget? Director, did you note them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, please. I think the first one was related to the general fund balance.
Yeah, it was
And it's
related to
evolving over time.
Mhm.
Go ahead, please.
So the table. Summaries table will show the history of how the funds were accumulated in the general
Would you like
fund.
to share your screen? Is that something you would like to do?
I'm looking at Should I share the agenda packet? I don't know if that will work. In the presentation, I'm looking at the agenda packet.
What page, please?
Just a moment.
I'm gonna ask Pinole TV if they have a capacity of sharing the screen. So that the audience get to see that information, please.
Was on page page 338 of the agenda packet, and it's about the middle of the page, where it says general fund and measure S net results. And that shows the accumulation of the general fund balance, which includes the general fund and the measure S funds. And I believe Ms. Long's question also included a part about transfers. I didn't really catch the second part of that question. I didn't understand the second part of that question regarding transfers.
I think the transfer were increasing over time, and can we have Ms. Long back?
Hopefully I can clarify that a little bit. It was one of the first ones that we looked at. 25, I think it was 54, page 54, that showed that for this year, 2.250824 million at the bottom, and then that balances the budget when that's added into the revenues. And it says it came from the 115 trust.
The pension trust. Okay, I thought there was a separate question before you.
Well, the question is, that's a huge drastic increase.
Mm-hmm.
And so what was that increase based upon? Was it based upon attributing all new employees' contributions, employer contributions, not employee, towards that trust? Was it attributed just to the increase from PERS, or is it because we have a larger debt as the pension obligation bond rolls out? It's bottom loaded is the way I present it. Is it because you're using it for that as well?
Okay, thank you. So no, for the pension trust fund, the transfer is based on the formula that the city established when the trust fund was set up. So we look at the budgeted expenditures for the CalPERS contribution, the employer contribution portion to CalPERS, and we back out the cost of the pension cost for the fiscal year 18-19. So that is the base year that's used. And the difference between what the costs were in fiscal year 18-19 versus what they are budgeted to be for this current fiscal year, the $2.2 million is that difference between the two. And the city established that policy that formula when the trust fund was set up. So we're just using the same formula there. In addition to that, there is some increases. So one, the pension trust is not used to pay any of the 2006 pension obligation bonds. That's the first thing. The second part of that is through negotiations, the employee contributions to the employer portion of the CalPERS contribution have been lowered. So that has added to the increased cost. This is your question.
Yes, I think that answered the question. And
okay.
Let's see.
And then the other question was
I'm sorry, 1 second, please. Sorry, one second.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Long has her hand up.
Yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Long, go ahead.
Okay, so then if you're using the 18-19, which I understand, any new employees that raise that ceiling for PERS are then included for using the trust fund to pay for new employees' employer contribution.
That's correct. If they're general fund funded positions, then yes,
And I have to say, being that I was there, that was not the intent of the use of that 115. It was only for the increases to the PERS. If they all of a sudden said we needed to have 8% instead of 6%, we knew we could draw from the fund for that difference, not for new hirees. It'll never cover for the length of time it was intended.
Thank you for your comment.
Yep, sorry, I just want to comment. I don't think I understand that comment. The policy is that as I understand it, and as it's been implemented in my time here, is that the trust fund is to be used for to hold stable the general fund operating funds contribution to CalPERS for employees. And so as the finance director described, the amount that how we calculate the transfer from the trust fund is the amount that the city needed to pay to CalPERS in the base year, minus the difference between that and what we're required to pay in the current budget year. And that's the amount of the transfer. I don't think that I've ever heard reference or read anything that distinguishes between the different tenures of employees or whether it's new employees or not. The city doesn't have an unfunded actuarial liability for new employees, including for PEPRA employees. So I'm not sure that that is salient anyways. But I think we've been consistently implementing it as it was explained to us from our predecessors. And I think it's really quite a straightforward calculation of the amount. Any forecast of how long that was going to last, is just that, a forecast. There's no way that when the trust was established, there could have been an accurate forecast of the future value of the trust because the city didn't know how CalPERS was going to change its assumptions, what the return on investment of those assets was going to be, or of CalPERS's assets. So, we're using the policy that was outlined by the city council, and the city council can update that. But as far as I know, we've been using it consistently since it's been established.
Thank you, sir.
Answer the last question, Mayor Sloan.
Yes, please. Finance Director, please go ahead.
Okay, I believe Ms. Long was asking for a breakdown of the Measure S 2006 and Measure S 2014 funds. So going back to page 337, the breakdown of expenditures. So general fund is right below the revenue section at the top. So the second half of the page is general fund. And then if you scroll to the next page, page 338. Breakdown of Measure S 2006 and Measure S 2014, which are funds 105 and 106 respectively. Because they're all considered general funds, we do show the overall net results in terms of the beginning and end right below that section 50.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that
Thank you.
concludes the questions. That's correct. No more question from the public, correct?
Yes, we do have Debbie Long.
Go ahead, Ms. Long.
Saying that we always separated the two measures. We didn't lump the two separate measures together. We defined how much, I forget what year it was it 2006 or what? The 2006, we defined how much was brought in by that and how that was pulled. And then we defined the other one separately, how much that was and how much is pulled with that. We did not lump them into one category. It's just coincidental. They were called both Measure S's. That was unfortunate for identifying it, but they were always separated out.
Thank you. Is it something, city manager, that we can still separate right now at this moment?
Yeah, I think as the finance director mentioned, they are separated in separate funds in the budget document, but they're both general purpose taxes. That is why for official reporting purposes, they're lumped in with the general fund. So there is a schedule, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Guillory, that shows what the Measure S revenues, expenditures, and transfers are.
So there's in the revenue section, there is a line item at the top that says sales and use tax, Measure S 2006 and 2014, but we could.
Can you please give me the page?
Oh, it's 337, 337.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, yes, I see that, including as 2006 and 2014. Yes, for future purposes, if you could, if you don't mind, separate them for clarity, I would appreciate it. I think as they end up being called S, but they're independent from each other. But I know the numbers are there in our system, but it's just, I think it will be easy if we can separate them. Thank you.
So, but I want to draw your attention to
Go ahead.
the table on page 44 of the budget document 338,
Yes, sir.
which shows the expenditures for the two funds separately. So they're rolled up for certain presentations, but they're also
Perfect.
itemized
Yes.
for others. I think that provides all the detail.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. Madam City Clerk, no more question from the public, correct? We can move on to City Council.
Correct. No more public comments.
I'm bringing back to City Council for questions and comments. Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
No, thank you. No, it's, I'm glad we have another session to digest this
Okay.
a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I just had one question. I was just a little concerned, or not concerned, more so it just made me think about the reopening of Station 74 and just the consideration of whether or not we're doing additional firefighters. Is the thought process, if we've explained to the public that the station's opening in early 2023, that that would come in an adjustment to the budget?
I'll take a crack at that, and Chief Weinkoop can jump in on the timing. Yes, because we don't know with for certain that we're going to enter a contract for service with Confire. The proposed budget is formatted assuming that the city would continue to run the fire department for the remainder of this year, with the exception of a small expenditure to, improve the readiness of Station 74 for reopening.
Okay.
But otherwise, the budget in terms of the personnel costs, fleet and equipment are all as though we're going to continue to operate it. The premise of reopening Station 74 with Measure X funds is that it would create no net additional cost to the city, because the delta in going from having one Station 73 operated by the city and having two stations operated by Confire would be completely made up by the Measure X funds. So we'll be doing an independent fiscal analysis and other financial analysis of the proposal to contract with Confire. And at that time, we can talk about whether there are any budget implications and ask council to approve any modifications that are needed.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Sure. I was going to share the comments that former council member Long had regarding the trust. And I've lost that page, but where we've increased drawing on the trust from, I think, 800,000 last fiscal year to over 2 million. Oh, there we are, I think. Over
338.
Oh, thank you. 38.
I don't know. No, it's not.
No. But anyway, that does concern me. Actually, I found where in fiscal year 2021, it was 1.3 million. In 21-22, it was 853,000. And for the proposed budget, it's 2.01 million. And when that trust was funded, it was really to to get us over the period of escalation that was not sustainable for our general fund. It was really to handle just the increase. So we really need to be cautious and make sure we don't draw down that balance so that it will last us for the intended amount of time, because that's a crisis waiting to happen. If we exhaust the balance of that trust, then that's another deficit that we would have to our budget. So I think we need to be, just cautious there. And I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Just to clarify, what do we intend to do to avoid using all the balance of that trust in the upcoming years?
So the city council, when it established the trust, established the policy by which the trust would be used. And again, the philosophy was that the city council knew that CalPERS was going to be increasing the city's required contributions. If the city didn't have any other resources to use to pay for that increase, it would need to come out of our normal, ongoing revenue, our normal operating budget. And that would have required pretty significant reductions in other operating expenses. So the city was fortunate to receive, nearly $20 million in one-time funds due to the sale of some former redevelopment properties. And that was deposited into this Section 115 trust. And the idea was so that the city didn't have to, that those funds would be used to offset the really significant increase in CalPERS contributions. So the city's intention for using that trust fund was the trust fund would be used to pay for any increase in CalPERS required contributions above what the city was paying in the base year when the trust was established. So that's the philosophy. There were some forecasts made about how long the trust was going to last. CalPERS changes its rates every year, a little less frequently than every year based on changes to its actuarial assumptions, its assumptions about the rate of return on its assets. So that's a moving target. We don't have any control over that. Also, CalPERS, our rates change based on CalPERS return on its own assets, its invested assets. So there are a lot of things that we don't have any control over regarding how much CalPERS is requiring us to contribute. But as far as I know, we've used the exact same approach to withdrawing from that pension trust, which is we're using it to pay for the delta between what the city paid to CalPERS for employee pension contributions in the base year and what we owe today. So there was a, probably 5 to 8 years ago, CalPERS made a number of changes to its required contributions. It addressed changes in its assumptions about the life expectancy of its retirees, its return on its assets. It also wanted cities that were underfunded to become fully funded more rapidly. So there was a 5-year period during which CalPERS increased the required contributions. Then it was going to be stable at a higher level, and then it was going to decrease in a while. And I think at that time, a lot of folks thought, if we can just get over that hump of the rapid escalation and that sustained high period until we get to the other side, that was the intention with the trust. It turns out that the CalPERS contributions don't follow that curve because other things have changed in the meantime. We still have a really significant pension trust balance. So I think we're still at something like $18 or $19 million at the end of the upcoming fiscal year. So we're not at any risk of fully depleting that. If the city council wants to consider a policy change and how we use that, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you for the great explanation. 2 things I would like to point out here. I'm sorry I cut you off here. I wasn't here, but what I heard from our former mayor, Debbie Long, he stated that initially was not intended for new employees. I don't know, I wasn't there. It is something that we can investigate. And I think Councilmember Or in Tom's remembers.
Yeah, I recall that, even though it was the base year, we were not, back then, there was not, a big hiring. We didn't go through a big hiring phase like we have in the last 2 years. And so if it's a matter of an increase, it wasn't intended to supplement new hires, base pay and pension costs.
So all of the employees, new or not, if they're in a certain category, either PEPRA or Classic, have the same required contributions. There's no distinction between, a newly hired employee or an older one. So I suppose the city council could change its policy if the pension trusts were not used to fund a portion of our new Classic employees' pension costs, that would come out of the operating budget. So it's it's one hand or the other. It doesn't really change things much. We also haven't had, we have added some new positions on a percentage basis. It's not a huge change in our total head count. And so I don't think that has any significant impact on the balance of the pension trust anyways. But that's a matter that the city council could consider in a future financial policy.
Okay.
So probably we may want to change I'm sorry, the finance director, go ahead.
Yes, if I may, I just wanted to add one point. We also evaluate the total cost at the end of the year, and we make the transfer based on the actual costs. So if we have vacancies that remain, not contributing to the cost of the PERS contribution, then that amount is not being transferred over. So we look at actuals at year end, and typically it's been lower than what has been budgeted. So we do take a look at that and sometimes realize savings at the end of the year.
Excellent. So if we need to make a policy change, please advise us if it's required, city manager, so that the city council gets to move in that direction, so that there's no ambiguity on how the fund is being used now. Please advise when you're ready. Councilmember Thomas, please continue.
Oh, no other comments.
And then as the question was asked, at that rate, if everything was to be identical, when would the fund be depleted?
Frankly, need to have an actuarial assessment of that question. And there are firms, including one that the city works with quite regularly, that does that kind of work. So
is this something that we can ask them to do?
Sure. We could establish a contract. Maybe we should discuss that as a future agenda item.
Yes, okay.
It's
that's not
quite
to
an
be done
undertaking.
tonight.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that it's necessary at this point.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Councilmember Tate.
I just had a quick question about the 4 bullet points and where it says structural balance on I'm looking at the PDF 285. Bullet points under structural balance. So I'm just reading the city staff believes that the budget is appropriate and prudent despite using general fund balance to cover ongoing expenditures for the following reason. So you walk us through these reasons. Bullet point 1, forecast a significant increase in general fund revenue for FY 23-24. What revenue and assumption?
Yes, so that's in the 5-year forecast, and that's mostly attributable to the revenue from the former redevelopment agency that we discussed earlier, based on one of the debts being paid off or retired. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at an additional approximately $900,000 for 23-24 in the property tax revenue, which resets or increases the baseline revenue, which will be ongoing.
Okay. So that this $481,000 that we're taking, transfer 650 to general reserve. So this 900,000 would bring us back up to par and be balanced? Or is there a combination of the other three bullet points that help us out here?
Yes, so if, again, going back to the forecast, for 23-24, we're projecting a $294,000 surplus.
Okay. And then we're just looking at other efficiencies that come out of the department heads. Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
So the proposed budget is structurally imbalanced, but there's eventually going to be a plan put forth to balance this out. Is that the year, when would council see that plan?
So fiscal year 23-24.
Okay.
Forecasting it to balance out.
Just wanted to make that point. That's all.
Thank you, everybody. If we don't have any more questions and comments, I would then ask somebody to make a motion to receive the report or provide any direction. Motion to approve the report.
A second.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Roll call.
Just want to clarify that staff is clear with the direction. Do we need to approve this report? Or is there specific direction?
So it's to receive the revised proposed version and provide any direction for changes that you'd like to see in the next version of this document, which will be the final proposed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Guillory, I didn't hear any direction for any specific changes. There's some additional information that we owe, I think, to Mr. Menes, but otherwise I don't think there are any changes proposed for the next version. Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I was going to say there were some placeholders related to CCTV. And some basic additional information that I think was going to be forthcoming. So.
Okay, I'll rely on the finance director to note those. Regarding the matter of PCTV, we've been going through a multi-year process of kind of dividing its budget into its three core business areas. So one of its core businesses is to broadcast the city of Pinole's public meetings, planning commission, the city council, and others. Another core line of business is for it to broadcast meetings of public bodies of some peer agencies that we have contracts with, El Cerrito, Vallejo, and some others. And then a third main line of business is to do private production work and also to broadcast community events. And so we want everybody to have a better understanding of the amount that's being budgeted for those things. So we've taken the total costs of PCTV and allocated it to those three different functions in a kind of a rough way based on what percentage of activity we think of their time they spend on those things. So those numbers in that schedule are real numbers. The percentage just needs to be fine-tuned. And so we might get to that by the final proposed budget, or we might not. There's quite a bit more cost accounting work that we want to do with PCTV.
Thank you. So we had a motion and okay, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, please go ahead.
Thank you. City manager, to understand better. So there, and I think, I'm not sure if this is what Councilmember Thomas was alluding to, but we asked for information on some, we asked for additional information on some items, but they appeared later in the CIP. But at this time, I think in the staff memo, there's a mention about the opportunity to integrate any changes to the budget. So I'm trying to understand the budget, CIP, when they are related, but when would be the best time to discuss the new information that was presented to us in the CIP, but may have may require discussion as well. That's budget related.
So you can receive this report of the operating and capital budget with direction to incorporate additional information, and Director Guillory will go back and look at the record of this meeting to make sure that all the questions that were raised during this item are addressed. And then we'll come back with a final proposed operating and capital budget at the next meeting. If during the next item at tonight's meeting, the city council provides us direction to make changes to the budget based on the discussion of the CIP, that can come back in
the final proposed version of the budget that'll come at the next meeting. So
Okay,
you haven't
thank
missed the opportunity for that.
Thank you, that helps.
Thank you. If it's fine with everybody, I know we have a vote here, and Madam City Clerk, can you please proceed with the vote? Roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Pardon me, what is the motion?
It's to approve, receive,
Receive receive the budget as presented, as presented as of now. Vote yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Finance Director, and thank you, city staff, for that item. That concludes item 11A. We'll move on to item 11B, which is revised proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 through 2026-2027 5-year capital improvement plan. And tonight we'll receive a report and we will be providing direction to our director. Cor, good evening. Thank you for waiting so patiently with us. We are ready to listen to your presentation. Please go ahead. When you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, and Pinole community. Tonight, I'll be presenting the revised proposed capital improvement plan. Fiscal years 22-23 through 26-27. As a reminder, our capital improvement plan is a 5-year plan that aligns the needs with appropriate funding, scheduling, and implementation. We review and update this plan annually with our goals, objectives, and priorities. We have a few categories in the CIP. The latest CIP has a new category called infrastructure assessments. The rest have remained the same throughout the years, which is facilities, parks, our sanitary sewer collection and treatment infrastructure, and our stormwater infrastructure, and our streets and roads. In this 5-year CIP, we have 35 planned public improvement projects, and as I mentioned, a whole new category called infrastructure assessments. There are a total of 35 projects, and the categories and the projects associated in those categories are listed here. And for the upcoming year, staff will be undertaking 26 projects and the 9 infrastructure assessments. Little overview of the timeline that we've followed here. So at the last council meeting in May, we presented the preliminary proposed CIP. Tonight, we are presenting the revised proposed CIP. And as staff has mentioned, any direction that we receive tonight, we will incorporate into the final version, which we will present for your review and adoption at the June 21st meeting. Since we last were here back in May at the last meeting, the notable changes that are listed in the staff report and highlighted here are a couple items related to certain projects where there were budget increases. They're all listed here as well as in the staff report. And during the last meeting, there were a couple items of interest to council which have been addressed in the staff report. As a quick reminder, those include the solar carport at the senior center parking lot, installation of waste receptacles at the pocket parks on Galbraith Avenue, information about budgeting development impact fees for park-related projects, and then cost estimates, including funding sources and next steps for the renovation of the Faria House. So those are all discussed within the staff report. Of the projects that are new in the CIP. So the first 6 projects that are here, they are for the upcoming year, including the new infrastructure assessment that's added here. And then other projects, there's 3 new projects which are scheduled for future fiscal years. So this is a total summary of all the new projects in the CIP. And as City Manager Murray mentioned during the last meeting, new in the sense that they've been discussed, but appearing in the CIP itself for the first time. In terms of next steps, during our last meeting, we mentioned that we would need additional staff and resources to deliver these projects. And tonight we're here to receive recommendations and directions from you to incorporate into the final proposed version, which we will present for adoption at the June 21st meeting. And that concludes the presentation. We're now open for questions and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I would then turn it to a member of the public. Do you have any member of the public?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to double check. Yes, it looks like we have one speaker, Irma Rupert. Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a big concern on page 544. Bringing the conversation again back about the Faria House on the unfunded. It was discussed to death last year. There was no funding. Why are we discussing this? It's such a low priority. We made options to either sell the house, move it. And here we are again discussing it for estimates to renovate or find usage of the Faria House. It's not a necessity. It's not a priority. We're in a recession. We're sitting there for years. What good is the public going to get out of this? Bring a mental health specialist instead. I mean, this is ridiculous. I am so upset. And we seem to have special interest people coming with this idea. Let's start with what we need is necessity. There's a lot of things that are going to go back this year. Gas, heating, food. I work at the food bank. They've already discussed Monday. They're not going to be able to deliver any food to people at home. They have to come to the food boxes. Well, guess what? If you don't have a car, who's gonna pick it up? Yes. So Mayor and Council, this is ridiculous. The Faria is not an option. $100,000. I've asked for a total funding estimate and cost since the onset of this Faria subject, and I still don't have it. I don't have the what we spent on city attorneys, city staff, moving the house, the all the consultants that we've had. I don't have, where is the city providing this information to the public? Someone's dropping the ball, and I surely don't know who it is. And Mayor, get down to the bottom of this. This is ridiculous. I will be at every corner passing out flyers if we continue about this item. This is not a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The specific information that Ms. Rupert has asked the city to provide her that we have not provided at this moment yet to her.
I'm happy to have the city clerk or assistant city attorney weigh in on this. My recollection is that there was a Public Records Act request for the information that the city had related to city expenses incurred in relation to the Faria House. We've assembled all the records that we think are responsive, and I believe that we've furnished those to Ms. Rupert. So if she is in search of some information she doesn't yet have, it's because the city doesn't have it. We've provided all the information in our city records. There's really nothing more we can do on that.
And thank you. Just to clarify, this is owned by the city, correct? It's a city property.
Correct, yeah.
And that is why we need to maintain it.
It's a city property.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to talk, please?
Yes, thank you. We have Rafael Menes in person and then looks like one more hand up online.
Go ahead, Raphael.
Okay, wasn't sure whether I was going because the timer seems to have turned off. Just two questions here. First off, on page 542 of the agenda, it mentions that the plane level estimate of the proposed system for the double cantilever solar canopy backup battery system and related, so on and so forth, is $500,000. And then it may need to be upsized to the larger battery backup system and additional solar panels if the desire is to use the senior center as a cooling center and reach net zero status. I guess I'm curious as to why using the senior center as a cooling center would lead to increased demand. So it was my understanding that having it as a cooling center would basically mean having it open so people could be there during climate. Would just lead to the same level of energy consumption as, regular use. And then my second question was with regards on page 544 to the cost estimates. What's involved in the phase 1 hazard remediation? And if the city doesn't undertake the phase 1 hazard remediation, will it lead to the further depreciation and decay of the property and lead to future expenses for whatever use the city puts it to, whether it be renovation for some purpose or sale, being greater than they would be if the city undertook that hazard remediation? And that's my questions for the capital improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first question was related to the senior center. I don't know if we can have somebody answering that.
To the senior center in terms of it being used as a cooling center, if the idea is to exceed capacity in the building or run it for a long period of time as a cooling center or offer energy storage beyond, for example, a day, that would increase the amount of storage for the solar panels. So at this time, we only had data based on past consumption data, and that's what we were able to estimate. But if the desire is to understand what net zero status would be, if we were going to use it for a cooling center, we wanted energy storage to last us for 3 days or 4 days, that would require additional investigation.
Okay, the next question was related to phase 1 remediation of the fire's house and the $100,000 allocated to it. And what would be the consequences if we were not to do it right away?
Our Community Development Director, Lily Wellen, would answer that question.
Thank you, Sanjay. Good evening, council, mayor, members of the public. So for the that specific question, the hazard remediation scenario would include the removal of all baseboard, door, window trim, and all lath and plaster from the ceilings and walls, and then all hazardous materials, including flooring, asbestos in the flooring from both the second and the first levels, a removal of all lighting and plumbing fixtures, removal of existing electrical, plumbing, mechanical, removing the cabinets in the kitchen, and ceiling framing as well. So basically it's a hazard remediation step here. I don't think that if that work was not done at this point, that there would be any negative implications in the short term for the structure. The purpose of that item was really to remove the asbestos and lead-based paint in addition to other hazardous materials in the site in preparation for future use.
Thank you. What do you call short term? You call that less than 5 years?
So for those specifics, I would like to get back to you and chat with our building official who did a walkthrough of the site to let you know.
City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
Yeah, if I can add, so I think the question was, if we don't do that remediation, will that contribute to a deterioration of the structure? And the answer is no. Those materials are kind of inert. but they do need to be removed if the building is going to be reused for any future purpose. So it needs to be remediated at some point if somebody is going to inhabit it or use it as an office.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead, Councilmember Thompson. I know that you want to add something to it.
Yeah, along the same lines on the lower level office, upper level warm shell for 420,000 estimate. Is that then, can that then be occupied for any use after that expenditure?
So the purpose of that scenario was to really an office use on that level. So it wasn't in preparation for use for residential use. So a commercial office use with a or any other use with a B occupancy for the building code would be in that ballpark cost that we provided for the first level.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. That concluded the question of the members of the public. If I understand correctly, we do not have any members of the public.
We have one more, Tony Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Apologize.
Oh, you'll need to unmute yourself. Mr. Gutierrez, we can't hear you. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please. There we go.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm unmuted. Now, I have a few questions about the Faria House project. I'm hearing numbers like $100,000 being allocated for the hazard revitalization portion of the project. But I'm also hearing now that there's $400-something thousand also budgeted for the house as well. First of all, I want to know, what is the total scope of this project? It seems like this project has potential for having project creep because there's really no identified reason for doing any of this work. Also, as the engineers have said, there's no problem with leaving the house as is until there's an opportunity for someone to come in. Why is the city paying for someone if they want to come in for a commercial use? Maybe we can get the commercial enterprise to actually do these redos. In fact, you will probably have to do it. They will have to do it anyway, because for whatever type of operation that comes in, they're going to have to cater it to whatever type of business they have, whether it's H&R Block or you decide to use it for psychological services that the city currently does not have. So I'd like to know what is the scope of the project, and within the 5-year plan, what are the annual projections of money being sent to these projects? And secondly, do we have actually the resources in terms of personnel to actually do these plans? And do we currently have any project plans for this? Those are all my questions.
Thank you. So we have a few questions here. I think the first one was related to why are we spending $100,000 now if we don't need to spend it?
So currently these are all estimates. These are not been budgeted for any CIP projects. These were the requests from the council to provide the estimates, and we just worked on those estimates based on the best information we have right now. So none of these dollar amounts what you see are budgeted or is programmed as a project currently.
And the city hasn't defined the scope yet. So that's one of the issues before the city council.
So $420,000 there's no scope associated to that
No, so
lower level office, upper level warm shell.
No, sorry, what I meant was the city hasn't selected the ultimate future use of the building, and so it hasn't decided on the scope of the renovations. The scope of the renovations will be tailored to the future use.
So, I guess the question was, why are we estimating 420,000? It's just a rough order of magnitude based on a lower level office and upper level home shop without having a detailed plan, correct? It's just a run.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We do not have any plans or any details. It was just based on our information, a request from the council to provide a baseline estimate. What is the minimum cost? So we worked on with some baseline assumptions, and those details we have just within the staff level.
Thank you. The next question was related to why are we not letting any potential renter to renovate the building? Why is the city doing it?
That is also not been determined or directed by council to look at any other options for the uses of the Faria House. So if council direct us to move in a direction, we can explore those possibilities.
And I think we had one more questions, if I'm correct. I don't know what that question must have been. I think we addressed all those questions. Am I missing one? I think that concludes the question that we must have had. Thank you, members of the public. No more questions from the public, correct?
That's correct. It looks like Mr. Gutierrez still has his hand up, so I don't know. if you
Yes,
want-
1 second, please, Councilmember Thomas.
No, I think Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay,
said
go
something.
ahead. I think he has a follow-up
Yeah,
question.
I had a couple.
Just muted yourself again.
Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Okay, yeah, I had, the other questions that I had was, I wanted to know if there was a project plan as part of this development. You know, you've given you've given 2 estimates for different parts of this project. Is there a current project plan, and are there resources within the city? And also, do we have estimates on every other capital investment project that we currently don't have money for?
Okay, so do we have a project plan?
So no,
No.
these are the ballpark estimates of the costs for different build out scenarios. So, but one has not been selected, and we don't have detailed drawings for all of these. We do have some detailed drawings for a certain use that an architect came up with last year, but we don't have detailed drawings for all of these. Yes, the city does have the resources to fund this project. There's enough available general fund balance to pay for these renovations. And there's essentially an infinite number of potential future capital projects. And no, we don't have a cost estimate for all of those. We have cost estimates for the capital projects that are being proposed in the 5-year CIP, and some sense of the costs of some unfunded future capital improvement projects, but no, certainly not detailed estimates for all potential capital projects.
Thank you. That concludes the questions of the public. Correct, Normal?
That's correct.
Perfect. Now turn it back to the city council for questions. And then I will turn it back to the city council for comments and modification, but nice questions and only questions to start with, please. Councilmember Tave.
So I just had a question. Which projects, I know we see 22, 23 on here. Which projects are carry forwards from I guess previous years?
Share my slide again and all the projects that you see on the screen are appearing for the first time in the CIP.
And I guess the previous years, when we look at, none of these projects are committed to as of right now on the new ones. And then the previous ones, they just carry forward through the budget process that we just approved. Was any, I guess what I'm saying is any of these monies locked in, or any of these projects locked in from previous year happening this year? This upcoming year.
So all the projects that are carried forward, and then in addition, the 6 projects that are listed here under 22-23
are added to the list.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess this question's for, how do we budget for these? And how do we budget for these, like real money we're actually going to do this project? Marquise, maybe you could, or Director Guillory, maybe you could kind of chime in. Are any of these monies, or City Manager Murray, are any of these projects committed to, funded, and got to carry it through?
I believe the sanitary sewer projects are all enterprise funds. And those, out of the 3 projects here shown, there are 2 projects are actually shared with the City of Hercules. The sanitary sewer rehab, that $1.5 million will come entirely from the enterprise fund, which has a healthy balance for our rehab work on the sewer collection system. And that is not shared with City of Hercules. That is City of.
And I understand that, but I'm looking at like electrical vehicle charging stations, right? For facilities. That's one of those projects that we talk about, we've been talking about. At some point, did the council ever allocate specific money to get that specific project done? And just carries over the next year if that project isn't completed, right?
Yeah, so I'll chime in there. So in the CIP document on page, I think it's page 7 of 67 of the CIP, there's a list of all of the CIP projects that are going to be that are tentatively programmed for 5 years and are specifically programmed for the upcoming budget year. So that includes all of the projects that are carry forwards and all of the new projects that are being proposed. Our budgeting practice is for a discrete project, meaning not an annual effort like rehabilitation of some residential streets, but for a specific project like electric vehicle charging stations, senior center auxiliary parking lot. Our budgeting practice is to budget the full amount of the project if it's only a 1-phase project in the year that it's first approved. So the funding is encumbered for the projects that are approved by the city council in the year that they're approved. The city council can, if those funds aren't expended because we haven't progressed on those projects, they're encumbered, but they're not spent. And so the city council can reprogram those if they want to. I don't know that we've had a situation like that in the time that I've been here, but the basic budgeting practice is in the year that they first appear in the capital budget, the full amount is encumbered for those. If they're not completed, then the unspent amount gets rolled over into the next year budget.
So it's safe to say that, for example, the high capacity trash bins are, that 425,000 is still sitting in that account waiting to be spent.
Yes.
That will be correct.
Okay. You kind of get an understanding of what money we've already committed. If there's any other of these new projects or any other projects that people feel strongly about, we could start to allocate some of that money to accelerate some of these projects and get them completed. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. No more questions? Okay. Councilmember Tom's questions, please.
Ms. Kaur, you mentioned about adding staff to help implement the programs. And I'm just curious, is that something that that was on our previous budget, the item that we just discussed? Or would that have to be a budget modification?
That was in
I
the,
believe it is,
sorry if I may, that was in the budget that the operating and capital budget that the city council heard as the last item. So
Okay.
there are two new positions. There's a associate civil engineer position as well as a public works specialist position. And those are both incorporated into the budget that the city council didn't provide us any direction to change. So if that's finally approved, those will go forward.
Okay, and then if somebody can just kind of confirm that when you have a tenant coming into lease a building, that the improvement level that they do are really tenant improvements, but they typically don't do things like hazard mitigation and all of the other improvements. There's a limit to how much a tenant would actually do. Can somebody confirm that?
That would be typical for a lease situation. If the city was going to sell the property, then there might be a judgment to not do anything and just sell it as is. But yeah, for a lease situation, normally, something like that would be the property owner's responsibility, and they, would just do tenant improvements.
Okay, and then the other thought was, in the back of the Faria house, there is actually a park that's currently not used. And, at some point, we might want to think about, a scope of doing some improvements so that that could be used by the community. That's a future thing if the city retains ownership of it. Okay, and that's all I have.
That's correct. That's the park behind the house, and it's a beautiful park. Actually, it's a beautiful walk. Thank you. Council Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Director Mishra and Ms. Carr, for this presentation, as well as the updated feedback on the council items of interest. I did mention the solar carport at the senior center parking lot last council meeting. So I did want to circle back about what I hear or what I'm reading here. Based on the analysis you all provided, it seems that there is further investigation needed, but you all give an amount of $500,000 for the planning level estimate of the proposed system, which consists of the double solar canopy, backup battery system, and related I actually don't know what that word says. But what it appears to be is that the estimate is $500,000 altogether. Is that correct?
Misha, can you address Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's question about the scope and cost of the senior center parking lot and panels?
Yes, I was trying to actually pull up the plans. So I'm gonna pull. You can see my screen here for the double canopy system. That's what would be required. So we estimated the energy uses of the building and what it would require to meet that demand, along with backup battery storage to meet the current needs of the building.
Thank you. And is that in addition to the $500,000? Is that in addition to what I'm seeing here as the $150,000 budgeted for, or $149,120 budgeted for fiscal year 2022 through 2023, and the $588,860 budgeted for fiscal year 2023 through 2024?
Yeah, so what you see budgeted for the remainder, for the upcoming fiscal year is completion of the design work to finalize the plans. And then 88,000, I'm sorry, I don't have the number exactly in front of me. That does not include solar. That the last time when we discussed this at council, we did not have the solar canopy, the double cantilever. It was just a single. And the direction at the time was to make the parking lot solar ready. And to make it solar ready, it would be the 588,000 construction of the lot. So if we were looking at installation of these canopies and selecting the design that's presented before you today, that would be in addition, you see on the budget there. So the budget that you see for the CIP doesn't include this cost estimate.
Gotcha. Mayor, do you want me to make a motion to extend the meeting? I'll move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Any second?
I'll second.
Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the council items of interest where you project the 500,000, that's not currently integrated into the CIP as proposed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear about that because I didn't see that number last time. So, okay. And so what I'm seeing here is that there is a requirement of a double canopy, and then walk me through, just for clarity, walk me through the net zero clause. There's a lot of reading here, so I just want to make sure I'm reading it right. Walk me through the analysis you have with regards to the net zero and why there would be further investigation required based on that.
Sure. So in order to kind of estimate what the building's needs were, we looked at PG&E data prior to COVID to get an understanding of what the usage was. So then we installed there the electrical system, and it's a 600 ampere system. So based on that data, when we're trying to plan for solar, we look at the hottest day with the highest peak demand, and that is approximately 70% of the electrical capacity. And because we are going to be building out that parking lot, the building code would require, automatically trigger the requirement of installation of 5 level 2 electric vehicle charging stations. So as you can imagine, when that happens, that will increase the electrical demand of the building, and it'll place additional demand on that electrical system. So then we thought, okay, if that's going to be the case, one other alternative that we could look at, and that's what we're kind of exploring at the moment, is to run new electrical service simply for those EV charging stations at the Fowler lot only, just to support those EV stations and not put demand on the existing system at this. We're going to be comparing costs to see what ends up being. So basically using that pre-pandemic and energy consumption data that we looked at from our PG&E data, we identified what the 24-hour demand was, and we used a solar system sizing calculation to determine what we would need to produce enough energy where we would have enough energy to have the senior center operate during the day, and then the backup storage would conserve the energy for the nighttime. Is you don't want to have, for example, you don't want to generate excess power and have the batteries constantly just store charge. You need to drain the batteries. So the system is designed in a manner where you collect the solar energy during the day, and then it's conserved in the battery to kind of power through the night. So the options that we shown in the staff report, that double cantilever produces about 120 kilowatt hours. It's sufficient if today's needs are 100 kilowatts, then sufficient. Anything beyond that might be overkill at the time unless there's additional electrical demand. So another option, which is just a single cantilever, and that's what we had shown previously when we brought the design to be solar ready to council. That one produces 60 kilowatt. And then there was discussion last time about also supplementing with adding solar panels on the senior center roof. If we were to just install on the roof, we would produce another 20 kilowatts. So we basically want to design a system that gives us our average 24-hour energy demand. And so if we do that and install the double cantilever and we install backup battery storage, that should be enough for 24-hour usage. And when we say net zero, it means we are not accessing the grid unless, we don't have, it's a rainy day or for some reason or another, we haven't collected enough solar energy. But net zero basically means we're not relying on the grid. We're completely offsetting our consumption with our generation. So at this time, the double cantilever canopy and the backup battery system and any associated costs with that would run us about $500,000. Okay. But for example, if you're going to place 100 people in a room and you're going to turn on the AC, but suddenly, it's a cooling center, you're increasing the number of bodies in there, you're running the kitchen, you're doing other things that are placing demand on the system, you're going to have to generate more energy. Your demand is going to go up. And this time we have only been able to ascertain the planning level estimate based on current demand that we've observed over a time period before the pandemic. So the double cantilever option is one that would result in possibly net zero energy. But if the demands will increase beyond what we have, or the uses for the senior center increase, or we decide to have nighttime events, then we'll need to, design a system that will need to be upsized with a larger, either a larger backup storage system, additional panels, if the idea is ultimately that we want to be net zero. But have solar offset, energy demand. It doesn't necessarily have to be net zero, but if that's the desire, then the system would need to be upsized.
Okay, thank you. I want to be prudent to this conversation. I do know that it's 11 p.m., so I will hope that council, we can talk about this at a future council meeting, as well as I think I would like to unpack this around cost savings as well, which I don't know if there's any estimates with regards to if we did move forward with this, would be perhaps save money and energy costs. What does that look like? I know that's not here now, but I would love to explore that. Just want to be respectful of other council members who may have questions. I do have two questions. One question and one suggestion. The question with regards to FA 2401 Plum Street parking lot improvements. I feel like we've talked about this before, but I do see that this is a new project and there's very limited information with regards to what those parking lot improvements are. Can we make sure to include what those improvements are the next time this comes up? Don't have to explain it now. I just want to know what those improvements are, and also whether or not this parking lot with the improvements will still be accessible to the public. If not, that's will be a conversation, but I just want to make sure. And then also installation of high capacity trash bins, PA 2101. It seems like a large number. If possible, can we include the number of trash bins that includes, so that folks understand that the 425,000 estimate that I believe the beautification ad hoc committee came together to decide on, what number of trash bins that includes would be just helpful to know.
Question has come up before in terms of the number of trash bins. This was an estimate based on, like you said, when we had the beautification ad hoc committee, we estimated the number of bins we would need and kind of did some preliminary research. What the idea for this project is, we would release a request for proposals, and we would understand what we're unable to determine how many bins we can get with this amount. We might be able to, we might have a proposer that can do it for half the cost. We really don't know how many bins we can get at this time until we go through an RFP process. But once that process is completed, we would come back to council to award that contract. And at that time, clear how many bins we can get. And we could certainly, if the desire was to tailor it to a certain number, and when it comes to track, council can certainly make those decisions then. But at this time, the 425 is a placeholder based on preliminary estimates of just trash bins that meet these requirements at city parks. So the exact number won't be known until.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. If there is a way to annotate that in the CIP, I think that would be helpful. I think that's one of the larger projects we have, and I think reading it may, it may seem jarring to see a 425,000 number to some folks in the public. So thanks again.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Urban, questions, please.
And we also take a look, staff, thank you for the report. If you would please also take a look at the findings, the report, I forget what was submitted, the presentation made by the Pinole Watershed Group that identified locations where they found most trash that could serve also as a piece of information to help determine the priority of where those bins would be located. Thank you.
Do you need the answer now? No, okay.
This is going to come
Okay.
again, I think, sounds like, so. There's more investigation yet to be made about other matters.
Okay, I do have a question to our staff. The question is, how many people do we have in our public work department that do project management for those CIP, please?
We have 1 point something. We have our environmental and capital projects program manager, Ms. Carr, who spends a portion of her time on capital projects, but also does other environmental programs, including stormwater, solid waste, and others. And we have a portion of Director Mishra's time that he spends on capital projects, and a small portion of our public works specialist time. So less than 2 FTE, certainly.
Right.
Which
That's
is one of the
that's a high budgeted CIP project. It's a lot of work for 1.2 people. Can you go back to how many projects I estimate forecasted for next year? I just want to count them. Can you go back to that chart you had, if you don't mind. So, okay, that's for next year. Okay, that's the forecast. Not just for the next year. How many will be next fiscal year?
There'll be 26 projects and 9 infrastructure assessments.
Okay. That's a lot for one person. That's very challenging. I think we need more resources here. Everybody's focusing on the number of projects, but I think we really need to do something in terms of FTE that we have, trying to make those happen. What is our long-term plan to increasing those FTE for that CIP department, city manager?
Yeah, so we have gone through a more rigorous process this year of trying to make sure that we have adequate staff capacity to do these projects. And so that's why the proposed budget includes the addition of 2 full-time staff that were going to work primarily on capital projects, an associate civil engineer and a public works specialist.
Thank you. That would be 2 on top of the 1.2. That would be 2 total.
That would be 2 on top of the 1 point something.
Right. And that's still that's better than what we had, but it's still understaffed. How many people do you think we need realistically? For each project, depending of the nature of the scope of work, might require 1 person part-time, but it's a third of this time, depending on how big the scope of work is. And if you're looking at 35 projects, I would imagine that we need at least just to be conservative, we need between 6 to 10.
We think that the 2 additional staff that we're proposing in the budget is a good step in the right direction, and we can see how we're doing toward the end of next fiscal year. If we're getting to the number of projects the city council and community would like us to, and if staff have a reasonable workload, and we can continue that conversation, then I think.
Thank you. So right now we are being, the additional people we're adding is based on the budget that we have. If money wasn't an issue, we'll be hiring more people to help us.
No, well, I mean, it's also a natural capacity issue, and an organization function can only grow so much over, in a certain period of time. So we think that's the right amount for the city at this time.
Okay, it's an improvement of over 100% over 1 year. It's better than nothing. Thank you. But I think we're in a good path, and I just don't want to overload 35 projects to a staff of 3. It's unrealistic for them to expect them to do all that. But I'm appreciative for everything that you have done, city manager and the rest of the staff. Thank you. That concludes my questions. Then I'm going to turn it back to city council for comments or modifications. Then I will start with Councilmember Tave, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so the associate and the specialist, how much is the intent for work to start coming in-house? I'm talking maybe bid documents, that kind of stuff. Is that why we're looking at going with the associate engineer?
Yes, that would be correct. I mean, we should be able to do our own specs and documents in-house. And, we will be using consultant for major design work, but at least all the front-end specs and some of the technical specs we should be able to do in-house. And, we can also improve. We do not have any standard documents for City of Pinole. So we are following actually Caltrans or contract cost counties and all that. We can develop those also. If we had staff internally, we can develop some of those for our use.
I just want to say I agree with the mayor. I know that it's difficult, looking at this project list. I think the associate engineer is going to help out extremely. I think that we might see a lot of gains here over the next couple of years. So I just want to say thank you for being patient and some of the projects completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Thoms, comments or modifications?
Comments. I am interested in moving towards having the Faria House, either some remediation or some just real basic lower level office, upper level warm shell, just to keep us moving forward on it. It's something that I just want to reiterate, it's a city-owned building that currently is unusable, and there's a really nice park in the back, and it's an asset that we as a community are unable to use right now. So I'd be interested in hearing what other council members have to say about that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think just to make it simple in the process that we're going to move forward tonight, because I see that it's some modifications, what I would suggest is move forward with approving it, and then I come second with modification of the approved plan that we want to do. So I think that would be good to approve what we have, and then come back for a second vote for the rest of the council to make modification to what we approve, because it's just not one item. I think it'll be good to approve what we have and then come back and make modifications to the things that needs to be changed, because it makes our life a little bit easier. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Hard to make a motion at 11:11. Let's see.
Questions, comments, please. Comments
With
and
regards
modifications.
to what Councilmember Thoms just said?
No. Just we'll come back to what Councilmember Tom said. Just any modification you would like to add to that?
I would like to see the net zero solar carport project item of interest move forward. So I feel like staff still has work to do from my reading of this, which I think Ms. Carr, you just mentioned.
It's correct. So is the thought that you want to see net zero based on current usage? Or you'd like staff to go back and assess what the demands would be if
Well, Ms. Carr and also City Manager Murray, help me, if you can help me formulate what I would like to see. So there's several projects here that we have, including Senior Center Auxiliary Parking Lot and Senior Center Modernization. Those two as well as energy upgrades and an energy audit that we have coming up. All of those projects have to deal with a huge public asset that's currently in use in our city, the Senior Center. We are trying to both modernize that asset as well as what I see as an expansion or enhancement of that public space with regards to the parking lot. What I'm trying to and have been trying to note is how important saving money by reducing energy costs are, as well as creating sustainable public buildings, specifically the Senior Center. Last council meeting, when we talked about this as an item of interest, my initiation to bringing this as an idea was specifically around the net zero, which I appreciate you all's work on this, the net zero focus and centering to, powering the Senior Center and making that, again, net zero. But I'm also hearing that there still has to be some work done in order to take it to the next level. What I'm trying to give direction to is I would like to see that work done, but I would also like to see that integrated into the action plan between those 4 projects. So if you can help me out a little here, I guess I'm trying to figure out what best direction you all I can give you all, but also talk to other counselors about as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think that those projects are naturally going to be integrated.
Okay.
So we'll have to do an energy study in order to make these implement solar improvements or battery storage at the Senior Center. So check that one off the list. The Senior Center improvements are more about the finishes and kind of the aesthetics. So that could include lighting enhancements. But that's not, it's kind of a different project. So I don't expect there to be conflict or overlap between those two. Regarding the net zero, I think a reasonable goal is for it to be net zero under normal circumstances. I don't think we need to try to make it net zero for unusual circumstances, like it being used as a cooling center, it's not going to be in that situation very often. So the staff needs to sharpen the pencils a little bit more to determine the total cost and scope for net zero. But I think we should define that as per its normal operations and not assuming any, not under unusual circumstances. So why don't we come back at the next meeting with a more defined scope of work and cost estimate for net zero under normal circumstances. And I think that will address the environmental aspects and there won't be conflicts with the other capital projects that might touch the Senior Center.
Okay. And so at that,
I'm sorry, what do we need for that specific item for the net zero tonight? I just want to write it down. Is that need to vote on it?
No, direction to staff for us to come back with that additional information.
Okay, I'm going to write it down.
and at this point, that additional funding, because there's no funding source for it, are we assuming because those other projects are funded by Measure S that money would come from Measure S? Is that what staff would make a recommendation?
Could come from Measure S or general fund. It doesn't, and we can maybe get a recommendation at the next meeting from Public Works on that. I do think a matter was raised this evening that I don't know that we fully addressed, which is what's the life cycle cost, including the cost savings of installing a system.
Right.
So we really need to look at that because I do think that the upfront costs are going to be offset by some future energy savings. I don't know that that was addressed.
Thank you. I think that is my biggest pot of I guess, questions or inquiries. I know we didn't talk much about the pocket parks at Galbraith, but I did find that a little concerning, the cost. I mentioned this, so I'm just circling back to that conversation around the trash captures. I don't want that to, I mean, I don't necessarily feel like the need of 85,000 is necessary. I'm reading that and I'm seeing that a little concerning. So I just want to say that would like to see staff. I don't know if the recommendation is to move forward that way. I would like that to be a broader conversation at our next council meeting.
Pro Tem, just to clarify, that $85,000 is not a result of the addition of just the waste receptacles. That previous estimate of 65,000 was based on one pocket park and a bench, but we later understood that that was two pocket parks, 2 benches, and possibly 2 lot line adjustments. So we estimate that to be a higher. You know, we're going to try to do that project in 65,000, what's programmed for next fiscal year. But we anticipate if the project costs go up and that project spans into the next fiscal year, we've requested additional $85,000 in.
So that's 150,000 altogether. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems a little bit expensive. I think initially when the city council looked at it was $15,000, and now we have to buy easements and do a right of way, and then eminent domain, and then next thing we know it's going to be a $3 million bench with half of the city. I agree.
Well, and since I've gone to it,
you
it
have
just
gone,
doesn't seem like a lot.
I think it's expensive. If you want to think about removing it, I don't think the city council would have an issue with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, that's all for me.
So I will ask the city staff to review those numbers because yes, we had a pretty extensive conversation and cost estimate that the cost was about $25,000 per park, including the lot line adjustment and installation of a bench. So this is considerably more, and I'll make sure to talk with the staff about that estimate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So far what I have from Councilmember Thoms is firehouse item, and then I also have from you, Mayor Pro Tem, direction from staff to come back with additional information regarding the net zero. So this is noted by you. We don't have to vote on that. So you already got the information. And the other one was the Galbraith project, correct? And on this specific item, you are suggesting you would like us to wait on that, or do you want to come back and you want us to remove it now from the CIP, Mayor Pro Tem?
It's up to the council. I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
What I understood the process to be was we approve the CIP
Yes,
as is.
as
then
is,
we
and we'll make
report to
modification,
adjustment.
but I will
Yeah.
come back to you if you want to make a motion. Like, if you want to come back to it, I can come back tonight.
No, it's
We can
not.
save
We can
city
save it for
staff
next
on that item. I don't. It's not gonna get any cheaper as time goes by.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to you, Mayor Pro Tem, in a few seconds. Councilmember Martinez, Ruben, comments or modifications? And again, I'd not do modification or comments, but I will come back later on for the vote. I just move rather than them now.
Okay, so on that note about things not getting any cheaper and community being very patient over, boy, at least since 2006, I will come back to this matter of the Faria House. We have heard time and time again from some members of the public, they're not quite understanding, or perhaps I would say not appreciating the investment that the city could make in what is property of the city for the purpose of benefiting the entire community of Pinole with regard to having an additional cultural destination, if you will, to be created both by city staff along with consultants more than likely, as well as with a a nonprofit organization devoted to cultural aspects in our community. So I would like to make a motion to integrate the costs associated with renovating the Faria House with an elevator. My understanding is that as a public agency, it's a requirement that we abide by ADA for the Disability Act in order to allow the public to access such a location. This Assistant City Attorney, might you want to comment on that?
We have to comply with the historic building code, which is slightly different. And also it depends on the potential use of the property, which I don't think the city council has provided any direction on.
Okay, so I will make a motion that will provide some of that direction. My motion is to renovate the Faria House with an elevator and approve a memorandum of understanding that has been discussed. And that MOU would be between the city and the Pinole History Museum regarding the renovation of the Faria House and lease to the Pinole History Museum. And the details about use, the details about design, those may have to be updated a bit. But information is there and we can reference all the information that was presented previously, most recently, I believe, during the meeting of November 17, 2020.
So I'm sorry, a few things are happening here. It's 23, we have 7 minutes late, left. And I know you're making a motion, but I wanted you to first have a few comments on further motion that we'll be making, and we'll be voting on it later. If you don't mind holding on that, can you withdraw that motion for that?
Sure.
And if you can extend it, the meeting, if you don't mind,
I move to extend the meeting till 11:45.
Second? Any seconds? And thank you, Madam City Clerk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Oh,
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
and Mayor Salimi.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. I think City Attorney Mug wanted to add something.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thank you,
sir.
Mr. Mayor. I was just gonna reference towards the previous motion that a potential MOU with any organization is not on the agenda for tonight's meeting, so it's not appropriate to discuss that tonight, but you know, the other aspects of the motion regarding renovation, you know, within the context of the CIP is fine.
Thank you. We'll get back to you, Councilmember Martinez. I know you want to make a motion, but I think we had everybody's comments for now. What I would like to do is two-step process. Approve what we are is recommended first, and then come back with modifications at independent items. So I would like to have a city council member to please approve the CIP as presented to us tonight first.
I'll move that we approve the CIP as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes,
Motion
then I will,
carries.
excuse me, thank you. Then Mayor Pro Tem, I'll first start with you. You had, I believe you wanted to make a motion related to the Galbraith project.
I want to move. I move to add the solar carport project as a additional project under the CIP, which it also includes a $500,000 planning level estimate. Would city staff need any additional direction before I conclude my motion?
Clarification question. In terms of the planning level estimate, that $500,000 is for a double cantilever canopy that would be enough to meet the current demands of the building. In terms of analyzing the payback period, we would have to go through the energy audit process. But I want to mention that for the senior center auxiliary parking lot, the plan is to finalize the design and construction of that lot will not happen till next year. So I imagine whether the lot is solar ready or if the solar carports are to be installed, that construction wouldn't happen until 23, 24. Would this motion include adding these funds to the senior center parking lot, or do you want that to be a separate CIP project?
This motion include adding, forgive me, Ms. Carr, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, would this estimate of $500,000 be programmed for the year that we plan on doing construction for the senior center auxiliary parking lot? Or do you wish to have the solar carport be a standalone project?
I think that's what I was wondering from you all, like what those are, it's kind of mixing those four projects together, so.
I would
Yeah.
propose that that $500,000 be part of the construction for the next
Great.
fiscal year.
Yeah.
And we can program it only for the next year. And we complete the design and the necessary estimation of the net zero design and just an assessment of it this year as part of our design.
Great. So moved.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I'm going to hear that motion again because we have had a lot of back and forth on terms of timing. Can you please restate the motion, how it's going to be funded? And
I move to add staff's, excuse me. I move to add the solar carport at the senior center parking lot as an additional project on our CIP plan for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 through 2026 through 2027. And with the addition of the $500,000 estimate added to the year 2023 through 2024. Great. See, at 11.
second,
And I'll second that.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think you had another one related to the Pocket Park at Galbraith Avenue.
Yeah. You know, I'll make the motion I move to strike the
You mean to remove it from the CIP? to
yes, give me
clarify,
one
okay.
moment. I'm just trying to. To remove project A2022-01 from the CIP.
Thank you. Any second?
Second.
That's just to clarify, that's the Pocket Park at Galbraith Avenue.
Yeah, and I think it's Galbraith Road too, but I mean, we're so.
Thank you. Second roll call, please.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please go ahead.
There was a proposal from staff to come back at the next meeting and just give us additional information about issues related to Galbraith. And I would like to hear that before it's actually struck from the plan.
I'm happy to.
Yes, I think it's getting just way more expensive than what we anticipated, but we can always remove it and still get the information. But if you wish to wait, I'm fine with that. Then I will call it back to the person who seconded it. I'm sorry.
I did.
You did? Are you fine to remove that second?
I can remove the second.
Okay. And you, Mayor Pro Tem, can you throw the motion?
Yeah, I retract my motion.
And just provide direction for information to come back on Galbraith? Is that enough?
Yes. That he started with the bench at 15,000, and then we need to have two to 30,000.
Right.
Like keeping increasing more and more. And initially that bench was not advised to be installed by liability that may have had because it was on a curve and then the car can hit the people who were sitting there. But it's already costing city staff and everybody already $10,000 so far to discuss about it. Okay, any other item?
Not for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Then I know that we have another item here related to a fire's house, and I know that you made a comment, Councilmember Thompson. I know you made another comment. I kind of want to have a discussion between you two to understand how your comment is different from what's suggested.
My comment was, you know, kind of on the sort of the bare minimum to make the space so that it can be occupied. And so the estimate that was around 420,000, you know, you can have ADA accessibility for the first floor. The second floor can be, it's just a warm shell. And that's like the basics. That was my, you know, thought, just to move towards getting something. And I'm not sure what the appetite of the council is.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that as a property that's going to continue with the city, not to be sold, that it would be a public building that ought to have some way to access both the lower floor and the second floor. So it may not be a full-fledged elevator internal as we know it, like the one that is here at City Hall, for example, but it could be some sort of lift. But the point being that it would provide access to people who would visit either the first or the second level. So I would say the direction to staff would be to then go for the planning level estimate plus the costs associated with providing access to the second level. Not just have it as inaccessible, because it will remain a public building. That's what I envision.
Before we move forward or do anything, I have a point of clarification to our city attorney, Mark, please. We voted and approved the existing CIP as presented to us. And on page 544, that includes a cost estimate and depending on different scenarios for the Ferris house. Based on the motion that we vote, and I just want to clarify, these cost estimate and scenarios were not part of what we voted on, correct?
But yeah, I wouldn't consider them to be part of it because they're not within the plan itself. They're part of the staff report that is discussing modifications.
Thank you for the point of clarification. And again, would have a conflict of interest onto voting for the use of the Ferris house in specific usage, and I can vote on some specific, and I cannot vote for other specific usage. And City Attorney Mark, if you don't mind saying in which specific case I can vote due to the conflict of interest that I have.
Yeah, the FPPC has advised that you can participate in a discussion that doesn't involve indecisions that don't involve any use that are just about renovating the building, or a decision or discussion about use of the building as a potential history museum. Any other particular use would have to be, pre-approved by the FPPC. But again, a use isn't on the agenda at all.
Okay, thank you. So out of those items, just to clarify to everybody understands, those scenarios on page 544. Can I vote on any of those scenarios tonight?
Yes, you can vote on, lower level office, as we understand it, it's not, designating it that it'll be used as an office, but sort of just minimum level renovations, not, a decision to lease it out to particular use or anything like that.
Can I vote on phase 1 remediation?
Yes.
Can I vote on lower level office and upper level warm shell?
Yes.
Even if it's not used as a museum, only as a museum?
Well, I think the lower level office, upper level warm shell is solely about how to renovate the building. It's not about any particular use. The lower level office doesn't necessarily mean it's has to be used as, a specific type of office, or, you could do other things with it potentially, but it's a minimum, my understanding is it's a minimum level of renovation work and not a commitment to it to be a specific use. So that's something you could vote on.
Thank you for the clarification. Returning back to you. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, thank you.
Oh, okay. So, well, then, given the options here to progress on renovations of the Freya House, the lower level office, upper level warm shell. But I think again, if we can have staff come back with the costs associated with that and the lift. Is that going to work?
Can you please restate it? I'm just sorry about that.
The minimum level, again, my thinking is that this is going to be a public building. So minimum level, or the lower level office, upper level warm shell estimate does not currently include elevator. And I'm thinking we need to have somehow, some way to provide access to the second level for a public building. So let's include consideration of an elevator or lift. There are ranges of the type of lifts / elevators that can be used, but it's not included here. So I would like to see an elevator included, and I would say to integrate the costs associated with that along with this $420,000 into the CIP.
Okay, I think it's easier if we just divide it into different items instead of having one item plus something else. I think for clarity, it'll be easier to, if you don't mind, add one item, one motion at a time for each item.
I move that we integrate the costs associated with the planning level estimate for the Freya House renovation into the CIP. Is that clear?
Yes, which specific one? Because there's more than one. If you don't
Second
mind.
one, $420,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Question, Assistant City Attorney Mugg. Is this something that the entire council can vote on?
Yes, it is. I guess just a question, and perhaps this is for Misha. I'm not sure if those are totals or if that 420 also includes the phase one work, or if that
It does, yes.
Yes.
And I guess as I asked the questions in terms of scope of work, so city engineers, at the city of what does the city of work? The scope of work is just very broad. It's not a specific usage right now, correct? I guess
That is
I cannot
correct.
go ahead.
You said that's correct.
That's correct.
Sorry, I believe there's been a motion and a
Yes,
second.
there's a motion and a second. And there's no conflict of interest for me to vote on that item.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Because I asked the question again, because it looks to me that I could only vote if it's a museum only, specifically a museum. And right now it's very broad and it's not specified what the usage is going to be.
So the FPPC in their advice letter to you last year also advised that you could vote on projects to renovate the building without use attached to them, because that wouldn't impact your your relevant interests at all. If and when a use is assigned, then that would have to be evaluated separately if you could participate in those discussions. But the FPPC said if there's no use attached, you could participate in discussions regarding renovations.
Okay, so we have, thank you, City Attorney. So we have a motion and a second, and any other questions here from any council member? Discussion? None? Okay. So Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
No.
and Mayor Salimi. Motion carries.
Then we have another item, Councilmember Martinez Ruben, that we wanted to add on top of that. Related to the
No.
elevator, I don't know.
Oh, I want to make that separate. Okay.
Excuse me for a moment. We'll need a motion to extend. We're to 11:42.
That's correct. It's 11:42, so we have a motion to extend till midnight. Any second,
A second.
roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
Yes.
Toms,
No.
Tave,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. and
No.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes, I still need more than 3 minutes to close. Okay, so that concludes item number 11B. And I would like to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 13, which is citizen to be heard. Do you have any citizen to be heard that wish to talk tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. We have two hands up.
Not on any item on the agenda and not somebody who has spoken previously.
That's correct.
So who are those people who wish to talk right now?
So I'm sorry. So that motion failed and we're to 11:45 and we have two speakers left. Are we just going to run through the end of the agenda?
I don't have enough time to conclude the meeting right now.
If the council wanted, they could do a motion just to 6 minutes to allow those two speakers to let them have their
would ask
opportunity
for-
and then.
We
7
can move
minutes.
through the end of the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So move.
Ken, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Ruben,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes,
Thank you for that. First speaker is a caller with the last four digits 5748. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
name, city of residence and subject of conversation. I want to make sure it's
This
not
is-
part of the agenda, please.
Citizens to be heard. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name's Anthony. Items to bring up regarding the public health and safety in our city. It's the ongoing pandemic with the Omicron virus or two that are still out and about. Have we given consideration to use our high-tech wastewater treatment plant to assist the county and the city of Hercules and the city of Pinole to get a more accurate reading on how bad this pandemic is affecting West Contra Costa County and specifically Pinole and Hercules? And could those numbers be broken up by city? And how hard would it be, or what would the cost be to implement that, as aside from having somebody, some measurements and staff work on that with conjunction of the county? They probably would help subsidize you, because several other cities and counties are doing that right now. And all the numbers that we're getting from the county and the city blog that are being printed are deflated numbers. They have to be multiplied by 10 or 20 count, you know. I have several members in my family that got COVID over the last week or two, and it's not a fun game. So we should be more forthright. The thing I wanted to ask, can you give us an update on the situation with the Pinole bowling alley shooter that shot up the parking lot and shot two people over 2.5 months ago? We haven't heard if he caught him or not. And can't you get together with the county and put out a reward to help bring this shooter in? And is it to get the county to kick in $5,000 and the police department to kick in another $5,000 with the city of Pinole?
You know, money talks, and right now, crime is in an uptick and throughout the county and everywhere else. So we're gonna sit back and be passive, or we're gonna get proactive and do something about it. Thank you.
Next citizen who should talk, please. And name and item that person wish to talk, making sure that it's not on the agenda. And if it is, I would ask him to stop talking, please.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Yes, I have a question or a comment basically on the citizens to be heard. I live across from Pinole Valley Park, and there seems to be a lot of illegal activity. Just last week, there were a couple minors smoking weed with a bong right outside my window. Every day when I wake up, I look out the window and all I see is garbage because I can look right into the parking lot. I've asked many times before, is it possible that the city maybe could place some signs or maybe even put an additional garbage can? If we have $420,000 just to waste, doing some plans for a building we have no idea what to do with, I'm sure we have enough money to buy at least one garbage bin that we can put on the other side of the parking lot where all the refuse seems to gather every day. I understand that the guys in the city feel like, yeah, this is job security because they have to come all the way over here and they have to pick up a few pieces of garbage. Sometimes it's more than a few pieces of garbage. Sometimes it's condoms, used condoms. I have yet to find any needles, but there's all kinds of drug activity going on. We need to really clean it up. You're going to have more gunshots if you keep ignoring the public safety. Even in your most recent survey that you did, the #1 issue that came up was public safety, but all you guys care about is the Faria House. This is exactly why over the last 15 years, this city, yes?
Sorry, no item on items we talked about tonight.
House wasn't on the agenda, I'm afraid. Anyway, now that you disturbed me, let me get back to my main point. My main point is that for the last 15 years, I've seen how pet projects of this city have governed the way the city is run. Everybody knows what's going on. You're not fooling anybody. Everybody knows that the museum is being funded. We paid for the architect.
I don't want to talk about that item on the agenda because, okay, I will ask you to please not talk about it. Please, sir.
Museum is not on the agenda. You heard it from your own lawyer. You could recuse yourself because I'm talking about the museum. Now that's legally what's correct. So please don't interrupt me again. Anyway, this is what exactly has led us to be in the fiscal position that we're in now. We have to stop at some point. These pet projects are what's causing us to become a ghetto. You guys don't understand. We're having shootings now. We're having people smoking drugs all over town indiscriminately. That's all I have to say. And please don't interrupt me next time, Mayor, because you know that was not an agendized item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No more comments from a member of the public?
No, that concludes the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item number 13. Then I would like to move on to item number 14, which is the adjournment to the regular city council meeting of June 21st in remembrance of Amber Schwartz, but as well as in memory of Mary Ellen Banuelos, mother of Mayor Tim Banuelos. Thank you, everybody. And see you in a few weeks.